Welcome, dear friends, to Fox Novel Tales, where every page we turn together opens a doorway into another world. Tonight, the air is thick with stories, and we're about to wander into one worth savoring, a complete journey penned with care by us, Fox Novel Tales, hoping to gently stir something within you, like the first whisper of autumn leaves against a window pane. It's a tale that speaks of quiet longings and the unexpected magic hidden in the everyday, though you probably wouldn't make it through a Tuesday without a good cup of coffee, let alone this emotional roller coaster. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Feel free to share this story with your friends, on your favorite social networks, or in the comments below, letting us know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now, let us draw near as the words lift off the page and carry us into a world that feels both distant and impossibly close. Arthur Miller, a man sculpted by the relentless hands of routine, rose each morning before the sun dared to peek over the suburban rooftops, a silent warrior against the encroaching darkness. His days, a monotonous tapestry woven from spreadsheets and meetings, stretched endlessly, an invisible weight pressing down on his shoulders, the financial security of his family, a heavy, unspoken vow. He was a cog in a vast, unfeeling machine, churning out deadlines often late into the night, his efforts yielding just enough to keep the wolves from the door, never quite enough for the dreams that flickered weakly in the periphery of his exhaustion. "Why, God," he'd whisper into the empty air, a silent, almost habitual complaint, "is my life so dull? Why, despite all my efforts, am I never richer? Why this repetitive cycle while others are born into wealth and ease?" His weariness was not merely physical. It was a deep-seated ache in his very soul, a profound dissatisfaction with a life that felt less like a journey and more like a treadmill, perpetually moving but going nowhere. One evening, the familiar soul-numbing drive home from work took a turn for the utterly strange, veering sharply into the surreal. The suburban road, usually a bustling artery pulsating with rush-hour traffic, grew unnaturally quiet, eerily empty, as if the world had collectively held its breath. Streetlights, those mundane beacons of the ordinary, began to flicker and dim, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like spectres in his peripheral vision. Then, a thick, ethereal mist, smelling faintly of forgotten rain and old memories, began to roll in, swallowing the world around him, making time itself feel suspended, as though he had somehow veered into a strange, forgotten dimension. A cold prickle of panic began to crawl up Arthur's spine, his heart thudding against his ribs like a trapped bird. Out of the swirling, pearlescent fog, a figure slowly materialized. A silhouette at first, then coalescing into a human form. Arthur's grip on the steering wheel tightened until his knuckles turned white, terror a cold knot in his stomach. But as the figure drew closer, a warm, gentle smile became visible, and a voice, resonating with an ancient, profound kindness that seemed to hum in the very air, reached him. The man, radiating an almost palpable serenity, revealed himself to be the very God Arthur had so often blamed, the recipient of his whispered complaints and frustrated sighs. God, with a compassionate gaze that seemed to see directly into the depths of Arthur's weary soul, offered him an unimaginable chance to return to his childhood and start his entire life over again, a clean slate, a blank canvas. A glowing, translucent screen shimmered into existence before him, hovering in the swirling mist, displaying two ethereal buttons, each pulsing with a soft, inviting light. The first, beckoning with an almost irresistible allure, bore the poignant question that had initiated this entire, impossible encounter. If life had a reset button, would you have the courage to press it and start all over again? The second button offered an alternative, a path of introspection, to review his entire past before making such a monumental, life-altering choice. With a final, enigmatic smile that seemed to hold all the secrets of the universe, God disappeared as suddenly as he had appeared, leaving Arthur utterly alone with the impossible decision, the weight of a lifetime hanging in the balance. For a long, breathless moment, Arthur's finger hovered, trembling slightly over the reset button. The allure of a blank slate, of escaping his current soul-crushing weariness, was immense, a siren song promising freedom. But the sheer, terrifying weight of restarting more than 40 years of existence, of erasing everything he knew, every memory, every connection, felt overwhelmingly daunting, a chasm too wide to leap. He hesitated, a profound uncertainty washing over him, a cold wave of doubt. Instead, his trembling finger moved, driven by an instinct he couldn't quite articulate, and he chose the second option, to look back at his past. As Arthur pressed the Review Past button, the glowing screen, once a mere translucent rectangle, expanded with a silent, breathtaking grace. It swelled, not physically, but perceptually, enveloping his entire car, then the swirling mist, then the very fabric of his awareness, until he was no longer confined by metal or glass or the damp chill of the fog. He was simply there, an invisible observer, a ghost in his own history untethered from time, floating through the vibrant, shimmering corridors of memory. The world around him dissolved into a kaleidoscope of light and sensation, then reformed, coalescing into a scene so familiar, so achingly real that a gasp caught in his throat, a sound only he could hear. He was in his childhood home. But it wasn't the house he remembered from his adult years, softened by age and filled with the ghosts of departed loved ones. No, this was the house vibrant, alive, painted, in the sun-drenched hues of his earliest recollections. He saw his parents younger, impossibly full of life, their faces unlined by worry, their smiles radiating an unconditional affection that warmed him to his very core. His father, Henry Miller, stood by the kitchen counter, robust and tall, his once dark hair still thick, though a few silver threads already hinted at the future. He wore a simple checkered shirt, sleeves rolled up, revealing strong, work-worn hands that now deftly peeled an apple, a small domestic ritual. His mother, Grace Miller, petite and elegant, even in her worn apron, hummed a forgotten tune as she moved between the stove and the table, the scent of fresh-baked bread a comforting anchor in the swirling mists of his past. "Henry, darling, don't spoil your dinner." Grace's voice, soft as a lullaby, drifted through the sunlit kitchen, a melody he hadn't consciously heard in decades. "Arthur will be home from school any minute, starving as usual." Henry chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that used to make the floorboards vibrate. "Just a sliver, my dear. A man needs his sustenance after a long day of contemplation." He winked, taking a bite of the apple. "Besides, our boy needs to know his father sets a good example of healthy eating, even if it's just fruit." Arthur watched, a lump forming in his throat, as his young self, a gangly boy with knees perpetually scraped, burst through the back door, schoolbag slung carelessly over one shoulder. "Mom, Dad, I'm home." There he is. Grace's face lit up, a beacon of pure joy. She knelt, arms outstretched, and young Arthur ran into her embrace, burying his face in her shoulder. "My little scholar, how was your day?" "It was great. We learned about dinosaurs." Young Arthur pulled back, eyes wide with excitement. "Mr. Henderson said T-Rex had teeth as big as bananas. Can I have a snack? I'm starving." Henry ruffled his son's hair. "I told you, Grace, the boy's a bottomless pit. Here, have some of my apple, chap." He offered a piece, and young Arthur eagerly took it, munching loudly. A pang of nostalgia, sharp and sweet, pierced Arthur's heart. He had forgotten the simple beauty of those years, the unwavering warmth that enveloped him, the safe harbor of his parents' love. Their lives hadn't been easy, he knew that now, but they had shielded him from their struggles, presenting a world of unconditional support and boundless affection. The scene shifted, not abruptly, but like a gentle dissolve in a dream. He was in the backyard, the grass impossibly green, the air thick with the scent of summer, a smaller whirlwind of a girl, his sweet younger sister, Rachel, with a mischievous spark in her eyes, darted across the lawn, a bright red ball clutched in her hands. She was perhaps 5, all boundless energy and unadulterated joy. "Arthur, catch!" she shrieked, launching the ball with surprising force. Young Arthur, perhaps 10 or 11, groaned dramatically. "Rach, I told you, I'm trying to read. This is important." He held up a comic book, a tattered copy of Space Defenders. "But it's boring," Rachel pouted, her lower lip trembling. "Come play with me. You promised." "I did not. I said maybe later." "You always say maybe later." She stamped her foot, a tiny, adorable tyrant. "Fine, I'll just play by myself, and I'll tell Mom you were mean." Young Arthur sighed, a monumental sigh of pre-adolescent exasperation, but a small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He lowered his comic book. All right, but no throwing it into Mrs. Henderson's prize-winning petunias this time, okay? She gave Dad an earful last week." "I won't," Rachel promised, her face instantly brightening. "Promise. Now you be the space monster and I'll be the space defender." And young Arthur, despite his feigned annoyance, rose, abandoning his cosmic adventures for the more immediate, earthbound demands of his sister. He chased her, roaring playfully as Rachel shrieked with laughter, her joy echoing through the years, a pure, unblemished sound that resonated deep within the older Arthur. He remembered those games, those endless summer afternoons, the easy camaraderie, the way Rachel had always looked up to him, her big brother, her hero. He had forgotten how much he had cherished those moments, how her boundless energy had often pulled him out of his own quiet, bookish world. She always had that spark, didn't she? Arthur mused, a voice that was not his own, yet felt intimately connected to him, a gentle whisper from the unseen God, now a comforting presence beside him in this dreamscape. That fire, that unwillingness to be ignored. "Yes," Arthur found himself responding, his own voice a raspy whisper in the ethereal space. Always. Even then, she knew what she wanted. She wasn't afraid to ask for it. "And you, my son," the voice continued, soft as a breath. "You always indulged her, didn't you? Beneath the grumbling, there was always such affection." Arthur nodded, a tear tracing a path down his cheek. "She was my little shadow. My best audience." The scene shimmered again, transitioning to a bustling schoolyard, a cacophony of youthful shouts and laughter. He saw himself, a slightly older version, perhaps 12 or 13, surrounded by a group of boys, their faces a blur of youthful energy. But one face stood out, clear and vibrant. Joseph Carter, his best friend. Joseph, with his infectious grin and boundless energy, was always the ringleader, the one who cooked up the wildest schemes. "No way, Arthur," Joseph exclaimed, his eyes wide with mock horror. "You actually studied for Mrs. Gable's pop quiz? What's wrong with you, man? We had a secret pact." Young Arthur pushed his glasses up his nose, a sheepish grin on his face. "It wasn't a pact, Joe. It was you saying let's wing it. And besides, it was about fractions. I actually kind of like fractions." A collective groan went up from the other boys. "Fractions? You're a weirdo, Miller," one of them yelled good-naturedly. Joseph clapped Arthur on the back. "A weirdo maybe, but a smart weirdo. You'll probably get an A, and then Mrs. Gable will think we're all slacking because we hang out with the brainiac." He feigned a dramatic swoon. "My reputation. Ruined." The boys dissolved into laughter, and young Arthur, despite the teasing, felt a warmth spread through him. He loved these moments, the camaraderie, the easy banter, the feeling of belonging. He recalled the endless games of street hockey, the illicit raids on local orchards, the whispered secrets exchanged under blankets during sleepovers. These were the simple joys of growing up, the foundation of friendships that felt as solid and unshakable as the earth itself. "Remember those days?" the divine voice gently prompted. The world was a simpler place then, wasn't it? Full of wonder, full of possibility, before the weight of expectation began to settle. "Yes," Arthur whispered, his heart aching with the bittersweet pang of remembrance. Everything felt so clear, so straightforward. Problems were solved with a quick game of tag or a shared bag of chips. The scene shifted to a classroom, the scent of chalk dust and old paper filling the air. Young Arthur sat hunched over a desk, brow furrowed in concentration, surrounded by the nervous anticipation of exams. He saw himself chewing on the end of his pencil, meticulously reviewing notes, the pressure to perform already a familiar companion. "Psst! Arthur!" a whisper from behind him. He turned to see Joseph, a mischievous glint in his eye, trying to pass him a crumpled note. "What?" young Arthur whispered back, eyes darting to the teacher. "What's the answer to question 3 on the history test?" Joseph mouthed, a desperate plea in his eyes. Young Arthur hesitated, torn between loyalty to his friend and the ingrained fear of getting caught. I can't, Joe. Mrs. Davison will kill us." "Just a hint, please. I totally blanked on the dates of the War of 1812. "It started in 1812, young Arthur whispered, a tiny, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. Joseph rolled his eyes, but a grateful nod followed. The playful quarrels, the shared anxieties, the small acts of rebellion and support, they all flooded back to Arthur, not as isolated incidents, but as threads woven into the rich tapestry of his youth. The simple joys of learning, the thrill of understanding a complex concept, the quiet satisfaction of a good grade. He had forgotten how much he had genuinely enjoyed school, how it had been a place of discovery, not just a stepping stone to a career. "You were a bright boy, Arthur," the voice of God observed, a gentle current beneath the river of memories. Curious, eager to understand the world around you. Do you remember the joy of a new book, the thrill of a scientific experiment? "I do," Arthur confessed, the words tasting like forgotten candy. "I used to spend hours in the library just lost in stories. I wanted to be an archaeologist at one point, you know, dig up ancient civilizations." He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Look at me now, digging through financial statements." "And what of the dreams?" the voice inquired, a profound question hanging in the air. Did they simply fade, or were they buried under layers of practicality? Arthur didn't have an immediate answer. He watched another memory unfold. A school play, young Arthur, awkward and self-conscious, playing a tree in the background while Joseph, ever the charismatic one, was the dashing prince. He remembered the thrill of the applause, even for a tree, the shared laughter backstage, the feeling of being part of something bigger. He saw himself in the school cafeteria, trading snacks, sharing secrets, navigating the delicate politics of teenage social circles. He saw the first stirrings of infatuation, the shy glances across the classroom, the whispered conversations about who liked whom. The world was full of small wonders, small dramas, each one feeling monumentally important at the time, yet now, viewed through the lens of adulthood, imbued with an innocent charm that brought a fresh wave of tears to his eyes. "It's all so clear now," Arthur murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "I remember the smell of the freshly cut grass on the football field, even though I never played, the squeak of the gym shoes on the polished floor, the way the sunlight used to stream through the dusty windows in the library, making the motes dance. "These are the details, Arthur," the divine voice affirmed, "the threads that make up the fabric of a life. Each one, however small, holds a piece of who you were and who you still are, beneath the layers of time." He saw a school dance, the awkward shuffling, the booming music, the nervous energy. Young Arthur standing against a wall, trying to look cool, secretly longing to ask someone to dance. He saw the first blush of a crush, the way his heart would pound whenever she walked by, the girl with the bright smile and the kind eyes. He hadn't even known her name then, just the feeling she evoked. "It's funny," Arthur said, a wistful smile touching his lips. "You think you've forgotten so much, but it's all still there, just waiting to be uncovered. Like an old photo album, gathering dust in the attic of your mind." "Indeed," the voice replied, "and sometimes it takes a moment of stillness, a moment of reflection, to truly see the beauty in what has been, and what still is." The memories continued to wash over him, a gentle tide. He remembered the feeling of accomplishment after finally mastering a difficult math problem, the pride in a perfectly written essay, the sheer terror of giving a presentation in front of the class. He remembered the smell of the school cafeteria on pizza day, the feeling of worn textbooks in his hands, the sound of the bell signaling freedom at the end of the day. I took it all for granted, didn't I?" Arthur asked, the question directed more at himself than at the divine presence. The ease of it, the lack of real responsibility, the sheer unburdened joy of just being. "Most do, my son," the voice responded, imbued with an ancient understanding. "It is the nature of youth to look forward, to yearn for what lies ahead, often oblivious to the treasures held within the present moment. But that does not diminish the value of those memories, nor the lessons they carry." Arthur watched as young Arthur and Joseph, now a little older, perhaps in junior high, sat on a curb, sharing a bag of chips and talking about their futures. "I'm going to be an inventor," Joseph declared, his mouth full of potato chips. "Build robots that do all my homework, and then I'll be rich, and buy a mansion with a built-in trampoline." Young Arthur laughed, a clear, unrestrained sound. "Robots for homework? That's cheating. I'm going to discover a new star, name it after myself, or maybe after you if it's a really cool one." "Nah, name it after me," Joseph said, nudging him playfully. "Joseph Star. Sounds pretty epic, right?" "It does," young Arthur agreed, a dreamy look in his eyes. "But first I have to pass Mr. Harrison's science class. He says my experiments are too imaginative and not adhering to the scientific method." "He just doesn't understand genius," Joseph declared, puffing out his chest. "We're trailblazers, Arthur. We're going to change the world. You with your stars, me with my robot army." The innocence of their ambitions, the boundless optimism, hit Arthur with the force of a physical blow. He remembered that feeling, that unshakable belief that anything was possible, that the future was a vast, open landscape waiting for them to conquer. He remembered the hours spent poring over books, fueled by that same burning curiosity, that desire to understand, to create, to leave his mark. He had been so full of dreams then, so unburdened by the practicalities that would later come to define his life. "We were so sure of ourselves, weren't we?" Arthur murmured, a sad smile playing on his lips. "So full of grand plans." "And some of those plans, in their own way, came to fruition," the voice reminded him gently. "Perhaps not in the exact form you envisioned, but the drive, the intelligence, the desire to build and create. Those seeds were planted early." He saw his young self sitting at the kitchen table, meticulously drawing blueprints for a treehouse, a fantastical multi-story structure with a pulley system for snacks and a secret escape hatch. His parents watched him, not with judgment, but with quiet encouragement, marveling at his imagination. "That's quite a fortress you're designing there, son," Henry said, leaning over his shoulder, a proud glint in his eye. "Think you can build it?" "I think so," young Arthur declared, eyes shining. "It'll be the best treehouse ever. Joseph and I will defend it from dragons." Grace placed a plate of cookies in front of him. "Well, you'll need plenty of energy for dragon fighting, and perhaps a few more realistic blueprints before we start cutting down trees, dear." She chuckled, a soft, loving sound. The memories were not just images. They were sensations, emotions, the very texture of his early life. The warmth of his mother's hand on his forehead when he had a fever, the steady presence of his father reading the newspaper in his armchair, the infectious giggle of his sister, the boisterous laughter of his friends. These were the foundations, the invisible roots that had anchored him, shaped him, made him who he was. A pang of regret, sharp and unexpected, pierced through the warmth. He had spent so many years railing against his life, against the perceived unfairness of his circumstances, that he had forgotten the sheer richness of his beginnings. He had forgotten the simple, undeniable truth that he had been loved, deeply and unconditionally from the very start. He had forgotten the joy of discovery, the thrill of friendship, the unburdened freedom of childhood. "I took it all for granted," Arthur repeated, the words a confession, a lament. "I was so focused on what I didn't have, on what I thought I was missing, that I forgot everything I did have. Everything I still have, in a way." "The past is not merely a collection of events, Arthur," the divine voice mused. "It is a living tapestry constantly rewoven by the threads of your present understanding, and sometimes, to truly appreciate the tapestry, one must step back and view it from a different perspective." The images began to swirl faster now, a montage of school plays, birthday parties, scraped knees and triumphant victories, shared secrets and whispered dreams. He saw himself growing taller, a little less awkward, but still the same thoughtful, introspective boy, now on the cusp of adolescence. The innocence was still there, a fragile, beautiful thing, but a new layer of self-awareness, of burgeoning emotions was beginning to form. He was moving from the simple joys of childhood into the more complex landscape of young adulthood, a journey he was about to relive, one memory at a time. The warmth of childhood began to recede slightly, making way for the first tender shoots of adolescence, a period that would bring with it both exhilaration and new haunting questions. The shimmering kaleidoscope of childhood memories began to coalesce, the vivid hues of innocent joy slowly deepening into the richer, more complex palette of adolescence. Arthur found himself standing in the bustling hallway of his old high school, the air thick with the scent of cheap cologne, locker disinfectant, and 1,000 unspoken anxieties. He was taller now, a gangly teenager navigating the labyrinthine corridors, his school bag heavier, laden not just with textbooks, but with the invisible weight of self-consciousness and burgeoning emotions. The laughter was louder, more knowing, the whispers sharper, carrying the sting of social hierarchy and the thrill of budding romance. He watched his younger self, perhaps 15 or 16, leaning against a locker, pretending to be engrossed in a textbook. But his eyes, Arthur knew, were scanning the crowd, searching for a particular face. And then, there she was, Mia Taylor. A year his junior, she moved through the throng with a quiet grace, her warm brown hair falling in loose curls around her shoulders, her smile, when she offered it, gentle and unassuming. For young Arthur, she was a sunbeam in the often gloomy corridors of high school, a beacon of kindness in a world suddenly fraught with unspoken rules and social landmines. She was always so luminous, wasn't she? Arthur murmured, his voice thick with a tenderness he hadn't realized he still possessed for that long-ago girl. The divine voice, a gentle current beneath the river of memories, resonated softly. Indeed, a quiet light drawing you in, even then. Young Arthur's heart, a frantic drum against his ribs, seemed to beat in sync with the older Arthur's own. He remembered the shy glances, the way he would meticulously plan his route between classes just to pass her locker, hoping for a fleeting glimpse, a shared smile that would sustain him for the rest of the day. He remembered the agonizing hours spent crafting notes he would never send, the eloquent confessions that only existed in the privacy of his journal. Joseph, ever the boisterous counterpoint to Arthur's quiet contemplation, clapped young Arthur on the back, making him jump. "Hey, Miller! Earth to Arthur! You're staring at the wall again, or is it Maya Taylor?" He wiggled his eyebrows conspiratorially. Young Arthur flushed, his ears burning. "What? No. I was just thinking about the quadratic equation. It's quite elegant, really, when you break it down." He adjusted his glasses, a nervous habit. Joseph snorted, a laugh bubbling up from deep within him. "Quadratic equation, huh? Right, and I'm going to be a monk. Look, man, everyone knows you've got it bad for Mia. Why don't you just talk to her?" "Talk to her?" Young Arthur's voice was a strangled squeak. "What would I even say?" "Hey, Mia, I've been secretly admiring your ability to make even the most mundane history lecture sound fascinating for the past year and a half, and I think you have the nicest laugh in the entire school." He shuddered at the thought. She'd think I was a total freak. "She'd think you were sweet," Joseph insisted, ever the optimist. "Girls like that, you know. Honesty. And besides, she's nice. She wouldn't laugh." "You don't know that," young Arthur muttered, shrinking a little. "What if she does? What if she tells all her friends? I'd have to transfer schools, or maybe even move to a different country." The drama of teenage angst, so potent then, now seemed almost comical, yet the underlying fear of rejection was still palpable, a universal ache. The scene shifted to the library, bathed in the soft glow of desk lamps, the hushed rustle of turning pages the only sound. Young Arthur was poring over a textbook, but his gaze kept drifting to a table a few rows away where Mia sat, her brow furrowed in concentration, a stray curl falling across her cheek. He remembered the way the light caught her hair, the delicate curve of her jaw as she chewed thoughtfully on the end of her pen. He wished he had the courage to just walk over, to ask her about the book she was reading, anything to bridge the chasm of his shyness. "It's a strange thing, isn't it?" Arthur mused to the divine presence, "that the things we fear most, the simple acts of courage, often become the biggest regrets later on. A simple conversation, a few honest words. They felt like climbing Mount Everest then. The mountains of youth are often built more of perception than of rock, my son," the voice replied, its wisdom a gentle breeze. "But their heights feel no less daunting to those who stand before them." He saw a brief interaction, a moment he had replayed 1,000 times in his mind. Young Arthur was struggling with a stack of books, almost losing his grip, when Mia, passing by, reached out a hand to steady them. "Oh, careful there, Arthur," she said, her voice soft, a hint of genuine concern in her eyes. "Need a hand?" Young Arthur's face burned. No, I'm good. Thanks, Mia. Just a lot of books." He gestured vaguely at the precarious stack. She smiled, a small, kind smile that made his heart do a somersault. "Okay. Well, don't break your back. See you in English." She walked away, leaving him standing there, a tingling sensation where her fingers had brushed his. "I could have said something then," Arthur whispered, a profound sadness in his tone. "I could have walked with her, asked her about the book, anything, but I just froze." "Such moments, unseized, often linger," the voice acknowledged. "They become the what-ifs that echo through the years. And then the vision juxtaposed this memory with another, a fleeting glimpse of a different face. He was in the cafeteria line, and across the crowded room he saw her. Evelyn. She was a freshman, a year or so younger, her dark blonde hair pulled back in a neat ponytail, her green eyes wide with a mixture of shyness and curiosity as she navigated the chaos of high school lunch. She wasn't Mia. She didn't possess the same ethereal glow that had captivated him. Evelyn was quieter, more studious, often seen with a book tucked under her arm, an air of quiet determination about her. He remembered noticing her, perhaps because she was often alone, or because there was a certain earnestness in her gaze that resonated with his own introspective nature. But she was just a face in the crowd, a younger student, not the object of his intense, consuming adolescent devotion. A haunting question, cold and sharp, formed in Arthur's mind, articulated by the divine presence that seemed to read his very thoughts. If I went back, what if I confessed to that girl instead? Would life be better? The thought, once a fleeting subconscious whisper, now stood stark and undeniable, planting a seed of doubt about his present choices, about the entire trajectory of his life. Would it? Arthur asked, the question directed at the silent, shimmering screen, at the ghost of his younger self, at the divine presence, and ultimately at himself. Would it have been different? Better? The divine voice offered no direct answer, only a gentle query. What do you imagine would have been better, Arthur? Arthur paused, watching young Arthur steal another glance at Mia. Maybe less struggle, less worry. Mia was always so calm, so centered. I imagined a life with her would be peaceful, less complicated. Maybe I wouldn't have felt so much pressure to always be more, to chase something I never quite grasped. He saw young Arthur on the school bus, Mia sitting a few rows ahead, chatting animatedly with her friends. He imagined himself walking up to her, sitting beside her, talking easily, laughing. He pictured a different path, one where he had chosen courage, where he had spoken his heart. In his mind's eye, this alternate Arthur was confident, less plagued by self-doubt, his life unfolding with a serene elegance. You see her as an escape, perhaps? The voice probed, its tone neutral, observational. A path untrod, shimmering with the allure of the unknown, the unburdened. Perhaps, Arthur conceded, a sigh escaping him. But isn't that what we all do sometimes? Look back and wonder if a different turn would have led to a smoother road, especially when the road you took feels so bumpy. The screen flickered, showing a memory of young Arthur and Joseph huddled in the bleachers after a particularly grueling basketball practice, both nursing scraped knees and bruised egos. Mia actually said hi to me today, young Arthur blurted out, unable to contain his excitement. In the hallway, she said, "Hi, Arthur," just like that. Joseph grinned. "See, I told you she was nice. That's progress, man. Next step, ask her to the dance. The spring fling is coming up." Young Arthur's face paled. The dance? No, that's too much. What if she says no? What if she already has a date? What if I trip on the dance floor and spill punch on her dress? His imagination, usually his greatest escape, now became his greatest tormentor. You always had a vivid imagination, even then, Arthur reflected, a wry smile touching his lips. Always imagining the worst-case scenario, the catastrophic failure. It stopped me from trying so many things, didn't it? Fear can be a powerful architect of inaction, the voice agreed, a note of quiet understanding. It builds walls where bridges might have been. He saw another scene, a school carnival, vibrant with flashing lights and the smell of popcorn. Young Arthur, clutching a handful of tickets, saw Mia laughing with her friends by the ring toss game. His heart yearned to approach her, to challenge her to a game, to win her a silly prize, but his feet remained rooted to the spot, paralyzed by an invisible force. He watched, a silent observer, as another boy, confident and easygoing, walked up to Mia, chatted with her for a moment, and then, with a casual gesture, put his arm around her shoulders. She laughed, a genuine, unforced sound, and they walked off together, disappearing into the twinkling crowd. A sharp, familiar pang of disappointment, almost physical, hit Arthur. He remembered that feeling vividly, the crushing weight of a missed opportunity, the bitter taste of regret. He had gone home that night, thrown his tickets away and buried himself in a book, trying to forget the image of Mia with someone else. "That was it, wasn't it?" Arthur asked, his voice barely a whisper. "The moment I convinced myself I'd missed my chance, that I wasn't good enough, brave enough, that she was too far out of my league." A conclusion drawn, perhaps, from a single observation, rather than a true understanding of the situation, the voice gently corrected. "But conclusions once drawn often dictate future actions, do they not?" He remembered the days that followed, the way he avoided Mia, the way he buried himself in his studies, the way he retreated further into his own world of books and quiet contemplation. He had convinced himself it was for the best, that he was protecting himself from further hurt. But the truth, he now saw with stark clarity, was that he was protecting himself from the possibility of joy, from the vulnerability of putting his heart on the line. The screen flickered again, returning to a glimpse of young Evelyn. She was walking home from school, alone, her head bent slightly over a textbook, her backpack looking almost too heavy for her slender frame. She stopped at a bus stop, pulling a small, worn paperback from her bag and beginning to read, completely absorbed. There was a quiet strength about her, a self-sufficiency that Arthur now recognized as a core part of her character. He had seen her many times like this, a diligent, unassuming presence, and he had always admired her quiet focus, even if he hadn't fully registered her as a person who would one day become his entire world. "And her?" the voice prompted, drawing his attention back to the younger Evelyn. "What did you see in her then?" Arthur looked at the image of the young girl, so focused on her book, so unaware of the future that awaited her, and a strange mix of tenderness and regret washed over him. "I saw diligence, a quiet intelligence. She wasn't flashy, not like some of the other girls. She was just steady, dependable. I remember thinking even then that she seemed to know what she wanted, even if it was just to finish that chapter." He paused, a new thought forming. "I never really thought of her as an option, not in the way I did with Mia. Mia was the dream, the unattainable. Evelyn was real, grounded, but I didn't see it then, did I? Sometimes the greatest treasures are those that do not glitter with the loudest intensity, but shine with a steady, enduring light," the voice offered. The vision of young Evelyn faded, replaced by another memory from his senior year. He was at a college fair, brochures clutched in his hand, a mixture of excitement and apprehension swirling within him. Joseph was there too, already talking animatedly to a recruiter from a technical institute, his dreams of inventing robots still burning bright. Young Arthur, however, felt a different kind of pressure. His parents, though supportive, had always subtly guided him towards a stable, respectable career, one that offered financial security. The dreams of archaeologists and star-namers had begun to recede, replaced by the more pragmatic considerations of a good degree, a reliable job. "I started to feel the weight of expectation then," Arthur confessed. "The need to make my parents proud, to justify their sacrifices. The idea of chasing a dream like Joseph was felt irresponsible, selfish almost. The burdens we carry, Arthur, are often self-imposed or interpreted through the lens of love and duty," the voice observed. "But they can also obscure the path to one's own truest north." He remembered a conversation with his father, Henry, sitting at the kitchen table, the air thick with unspoken hopes. "You're a smart boy, Arthur," Henry had said, his voice quiet but firm. "You've got a good head on your shoulders. You could do anything you set your mind to, but a good, stable job, son. That's important. Provides for a family. Gives you security." "I know, Dad," young Arthur had replied, a knot forming in his stomach. "I'm thinking about business school, or maybe accounting." He hadn't mentioned the archaeology, the stars, the wild ideas he still secretly harbored. He had already begun to self-censor, to choose the path of perceived stability over the uncharted territory of passion. The screen flickered once more, showing him a final poignant image from his high school years, the graduation ceremony. He saw Mia, radiant in her cap and gown, accepting her diploma with a bright, hopeful smile, ready to embark on her own journey. He saw Joseph, beaming, already talking about his next big invention, and he saw himself, a blend of pride and a subtle, unarticulated melancholy. He had done well, achieved what was expected, but a part of him, the part that had dreamed of new stars and ancient civilizations, felt a quiet ache, a sense of something left unsaid, undone. The path he had chosen, or perhaps allowed himself to be guided towards, was now firmly laid out before him, leading away from the innocent longings of his youth and towards a future he couldn't yet fully comprehend. The lingering question of what if hung in the air, a whisper of a different destiny, a road not taken that continued to haunt the edges of his consciousness. The ephemeral vision of high school graduation, with its bittersweet blend of accomplishment and uncertainty, dissolved like mist under a burgeoning sun, giving way to the long, languid days of summer. This was the summer before university, a liminal space between childhood's easy certainties and the daunting unknowns of adulthood. For Arthur, it was a time meant for cementing friendships, for lingering goodbyes, for one last hurrah before paths irrevocably diverged. He saw himself a slightly less gangly, more confident version, still inseparable from Joseph Carter. They were like two halves of a perfectly mismatched whole. Arthur, the thoughtful, introspective one, forever pondering the mechanics of the universe. Joseph, the boisterous, impulsive one, convinced he could conquer it with sheer force of will. He watched them now, sprawling on the sun-baked asphalt of the basketball court behind Arthur's house, the hoop a rusty sentinel against the azure sky. Joseph, already sweating, dribbled a worn leather ball with an almost feral intensity, his dark hair falling into his eyes as he feigned a shot. Young Arthur, perched on the sidelines, was sketching in a notebook, occasionally looking up to offer a critique or a cheer. The air hummed with the easy camaraderie of years, a comfortable silence punctuated by the rhythmic thud of the ball and the distant drone of summer cicadas. "You know, Miller," Joseph gasped, finally sinking a shot from downtown, "you're gonna miss this. No more lazy afternoons, no more me kicking your butt on the court. University's gonna be all books and stuffy professors." He wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. Young Arthur looked up, a small smile playing on his lips. "And you'll be too busy building your robot army to remember your old, humble best friend." "Never," Joseph declared, dropping the ball and flopping down beside Arthur, his chest heaving. "We'll still be best friends, even if you're off studying ancient civilizations and I'm inventing the next big thing. We're a team, man. Always have been." "Always will be," young Arthur echoed, a warmth spreading through his chest. He genuinely believed it. They had been through everything together. Scraped knees, first crushes, academic triumphs, and teenage heartbreaks. Joseph was more than a friend. He was family, a constant, vibrant presence in Arthur's life. The divine voice, a gentle murmur in the periphery of Arthur's awareness, resonated with a profound sadness. A bond, so strong, so deeply woven into the fabric of your being. To see it fray, then unravel, must have been a sorrow akin to losing a limb. It was, Arthur whispered, the memory of the ache still fresh, even after all these years, a phantom pain always there. A dull throb beneath the surface. The scene shifted subtly, like a ripple in a still pond. They were at the local summer fair, the air thick with the smell of popcorn and cotton candy. The distant roar of the Ferris wheel a constant backdrop. Joseph, ever the charismatic one, was trying to impress a girl named Sarah, a new face in town, with sparkling eyes and a laugh that chimed like wind chimes. Young Arthur, awkward but always supportive, stood a few paces back, offering encouragement. "Go on, Joseph, you can do it," young Arthur cheered, as Joseph attempted to win Sarah a giant stuffed panda at the ring toss. Joseph, usually so adept, was fumbling, his usual swagger replaced by a nervous charm. Sarah giggled. "It's okay, Joseph. It's harder than it looks." "Nonsense," Joseph declared, his face red with effort. "I'm just warming up. Arthur, give me some tips. You're always good at those physicsy things." Young Arthur stepped forward, his analytical mind already at work. "Well, the angle of trajectory, the spin on the ring. You need to aim slightly to the left, account for the slight wobble of the bottle." He demonstrated with an imaginary ring, his brow furrowed in concentration. Sarah watched, amused. "Wow, you really know your stuff, Arthur," she said, a genuine admiration in her voice. Joseph, momentarily distracted from his flailing attempts, shot a quick, almost imperceptible glance at Arthur, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. It was gone in an instant, replaced by his usual grin, but the older Arthur, watching from his ethereal vantage point, felt a cold premonition. Later that evening, as they walked home, the fair lights twinkling behind them, Joseph was unusually quiet. "So Sarah seemed pretty impressed with your physics lesson," Joseph said, his tone a little too casual. "Oh, she just thought it was funny," young Arthur replied, oblivious to the subtle shift in mood. "I was just trying to help you win that giant panda, man." "Right, the panda." Joseph kicked a loose pebble down the street. "You know, sometimes, Arthur, you don't always have to be the smartest guy in the room." Young Arthur stopped, genuinely confused. "What?" "I was just explaining the science of it. You asked for my help." "Yeah, well, maybe I didn't need your help, okay?" Joseph snapped, his voice sharper than Arthur had ever heard it. "Maybe I just wanted to, I don't know, try to impress a girl on my own, without you swooping in with your big brain." "I wasn't trying to swoop in," young Arthur retorted, his own pride beginning to bristle. "I was helping. You were missing every shot." "And now I'm missing something else," Joseph muttered, turning away. "Look, forget it, I'm going home." He walked away, leaving young Arthur standing alone on the sidewalk, a knot of confusion and hurt tightening in his stomach. He replayed the scene in his head, trying to understand. Had he really undermined Joseph? Was his attempt to help perceived as showing off? The possibility stung. The next day, a rumor, insidious and fast-spreading like wildfire, reached young Arthur. Someone had told Joseph that Arthur had deliberately given him bad advice at the ring toss, hoping Joseph would fail, so Arthur could step in and impress Sarah himself. The accusation was ludicrous, utterly contrary to everything young Arthur stood for, but the seed of doubt had been planted. He found Joseph later that day sitting alone by the old oak tree in the park, skipping stones across the duck pond. His usual ebullience was gone, replaced by a sullen anger. "Joseph, we need to talk," young Arthur said, his voice earnest, trying to bridge the sudden chasm between them. Joseph didn't look up, just skipped another stone. "Nothing to talk about, Miller." "Yes, there is. I heard what people are saying, that I tried to make you look bad with Sarah." "That's not true, Joseph. You know me better than that." Joseph finally turned, his eyes narrowed, a cold anger replacing the warmth Arthur was so accustomed to. "Do I, Arthur? Do I really? Because it sure looked like you were enjoying all that attention from her. And that advice you gave me, it was terrible. I missed every single shot after you opened your mouth." "It was physics. I was trying to help," young Arthur insisted, feeling his own anger flare. How could Joseph believe such a thing? Or maybe you were trying to show off, huh? Maybe you thought you were better than me. Always the smart one. Always the one who knows everything. Joseph's voice was laced with a bitterness that shocked Arthur to his core. "You know what, Arthur? I'm tired of always being in your shadow, always the sidekick to your genius. That's not fair." Young Arthur's voice rose, a tremor of hurt beneath the anger. "I never thought that. We're friends, best friends." "Some friend?" Joseph scoffed, standing up, his fists clenched. "A friend doesn't try to sabotage his buddy to get a girl." "I didn't sabotage you. I would never do that," young Arthur yelled, his face hot with indignation. "And you know what? If you're so quick to believe some stupid rumor over years of friendship, then maybe you're not the friend I thought you were either." The words hung in the air, sharp and irreparable like shattered glass. Joseph stared at him, his face a mask of hurt and anger, then turned and walked away without another word. Young Arthur watched him go, his chest tight, a burning mix of fury and profound sadness. He wanted to call out, to retract his own harsh words, but his pride, a stubborn, unyielding beast, held him silent. He had been accused, unjustly, he felt, and Joseph had believed the worst. How could he apologize when he felt so wronged? The older Arthur, watching this devastating scene unfold, felt a wave of profound regret wash over him. "Oh, Joseph," he whispered, a sob catching in his throat. It was so foolish, so utterly, tragically foolish. The divine presence beside him was silent for a moment, then spoke, its voice laced with empathy. "Pride is a formidable opponent, Arthur. It often stands guard over the very bridges it has burned." Days turned into weeks. The summer, once filled with the promise of endless possibility, became a landscape of awkward encounters and stony silence. Young Arthur saw Joseph at the grocery store, at the local diner, but they would only exchange curt nods or sometimes pointedly look away. Each missed opportunity to speak, to explain, to apologize, only deepened the chasm. Arthur's own wounded pride, coupled with Joseph's stubborn resentment, solidified the rift. He waited for Joseph to make the first move, convinced that since Joseph had been the one to accuse him, the apology was Joseph's to give. Joseph no doubt thought the same. "I just kept waiting," Arthur explained, his voice hollow. "Waiting for him to realize he was wrong, waiting for him to come back, but he never did. And neither did I." The silence grew, did it not? The divine voice prompted. A silence that spoke louder than any argument. "Yes," Arthur confirmed, a fresh wave of grief washing over him. "It became an impenetrable wall, and by the time I learned the truth, it was too late." The scene shifted, and Arthur found himself in his childhood bedroom, perhaps a month or two after the argument. He was packing for university, his heart a mixture of excitement and a lingering, dull ache. He overheard his parents talking in the hallway, their voices hushed. "Did you hear about the Carters?" Grace asked, her voice tinged with surprise. "They're moving. Henry got transferred to that new plant out of state. They're leaving next week." Henry sighed. "Yes, I heard. Poor Joseph. I know how much he loved this town. And it's a shame about him and Arthur. I always thought those two would be inseparable." "Me too," Grace agreed, a note of sadness in her voice. "Such a silly misunderstanding. That Sarah girl, apparently, she was just trying to stir up trouble. told Joseph that Arthur had been talking about how he was too good for her, and then she told Arthur that Joseph thought he was a know-it-all. Just a jealous little thing trying to cause drama. The words hit young Arthur like a physical blow. A jealous little thing. Sarah, it had all been a lie. A manufactured drama, fueled by an insecure girl and amplified by their own teenage pride. His stomach lurched, a wave of nausea washing over him. He had been so angry, so convinced of his own righteousness, that he had never once considered the possibility of external manipulation. He had simply believed Joseph's anger, and Joseph had believed Sarah's lies. He wanted to run out, to find Joseph, to explain, to apologize, to scream at the injustice of it all. But the news of Joseph moving, leaving next week, crushed the impulse. It was too late. The chasm had grown too wide, the silence too long. By the time he entered university, Joseph's family had moved away, a final, definitive severing of the tie, leaving a hollow ache in Arthur's heart that he would carry for decades. The truth, when it finally revealed itself, was a cruel mistress, was it not? The divine voice mused, bringing clarity but no solace. It was agonizing, Arthur admitted, burying his face in his hands. To know that all those years of friendship, all that history, had been thrown away over a petty lie and our own stubborn pride. I still feel it, that emptiness, that sense of a missing piece. He remembered trying to find Joseph after university, when the internet was still a nascent thing, a clumsy tool for reconnection. He'd searched half-heartedly at first, then with more desperation as the years wore on. He found an old address, a disconnected phone number, but never Joseph himself. The opportunity for reconciliation, for explanation, had simply vanished, swallowed by time and distance. I often wonder what he's doing now, Arthur confessed, his voice heavy with longing. If he ever thought of me, if he ever understood, or if he just carried that resentment all these years. The story of a friendship, like any story, has many perspectives, many truths, the voice gently reminded him, but the one thing that remains is the impact it had on you, the lesson it taught, however painful. Arthur watched as the image of Joseph, smiling, laughing, then angry, then simply gone, faded into the swirling mist. The hollow ache was still there, a testament to a bond broken by foolish pride and the cruel hand of circumstance. This profound sense of loss, this enduring regret, had become a quiet undercurrent in his life, a constant reminder of the fragility of human connections and the corrosive power of unspoken words. It was a wound that had never truly healed, a scar on the landscape of his soul, and now, seeing it again, in such vivid detail, he understood how deeply it had shaped him, how it had contributed to the very weariness he now felt in his life, a weariness born not just of present struggles, but of past sorrows left unaddressed. The lingering ache of a friendship fractured by pride and misunderstanding began to recede, not vanishing entirely, but dimming, like a distant star finally obscured by the dawn. The ethereal screen, ever shifting, now brightened with a different kind of light, the vibrant, hopeful glow of possibility, carrying Arthur away from the quiet sorrow of his past mistakes and into the bustling, hopeful energy of his university days. He was a final-year student now, no longer the gangly, self-conscious teenager, but a young man brimming with a newfound confidence, forged in the crucible of academic challenges and the burgeoning sense of his own intellect. The campus, with its ivy-clad buildings and sprawling green lawns, pulsed with the eager hum of youthful ambition, a place where ideas bloomed and futures were forged. He saw himself, striding purposefully across the quad, a stack of weighty textbooks tucked under one arm, a confident, almost cocky smile playing on his lips. He was in his element, thriving in the intellectual ferment, the debates, the late-night study sessions, fueled by lukewarm coffee and grand theories. He was the one who knew the answers, the one who could articulate complex concepts with an easy eloquence, the one whose opinions were sought out by his peers. The shadow of Mia, the unattainable dream, had faded, replaced by a focused determination to excel, to build the stable, secure future his parents had so subtly guided him towards. The scene shifted to a crowded lecture hall, filled with the nervous energy of freshman orientation. Arthur, as a senior student ambassador, was helping guide the new influx of wide-eyed hopefuls. He stood at the front, fielding questions with an air of practiced ease, dispensing advice on everything from course registration to the best campus coffee. He felt a surge of pride, a quiet satisfaction in his role, a sense of belonging he hadn't always felt in his younger years. And then he saw her. Evelyn. She sat in the third row, almost swallowed by the vastness of the hall, her dark blonde hair pulled back neatly, revealing a face framed by an expression of quiet intensity. Her green eyes, bright and observant, were fixed on him, not with adoration or flirtation, but with a genuine, almost shy curiosity. She was a freshman, young and a little overwhelmed, but there was an unmistakable spark, an earnest intelligence that shone through her reserved demeanor. He finished his spiel, answering a final question about the best place to find cheap textbooks. As the crowd began to disperse, he noticed her still sitting there, gathering her things slowly. Something compelled him to approach her. Everything makes sense. Or are you still trying to figure out where the library dungeon is? He asked, a playful smile on his face, trying to project a helpful, approachable senior persona. She looked up, startled, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. Oh, yes, mostly. Thank you. You were very clear. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper, but held a surprising clarity. Just trying to ease the first-day jitters, he replied, leaning casually against the desk in front of her. It can be a bit much. I'm Arthur, by the way. Final year, business. He extended a hand. She took it, her touch surprisingly firm, though her hand was small. Evelyn Campbell, first year, accounting. A small, shy smile touched her lips, and in that moment, something shifted within Arthur. It wasn't the dazzling luminescence of Mia, or the confident swagger of the girls Joseph typically pursued. It was something deeper, a quiet resonance, a genuine warmth that radiated from her bright eyes. He felt a connection, immediate and undeniable, a sense that this encounter in this crowded hall was somehow destined. Her eyes, those earnest, intelligent green eyes, captured something in his heart, drawing him in with a magnetic pull he hadn't anticipated. Accounting, huh? He mused, holding her gaze. That's a practical choice. Smart. But don't let it swallow you whole. University's also about exploring, about finding out who you really are. I like numbers, she said, a little defensively, but then her smile widened slightly. But I'm also looking forward to, well, everything else. Good, Arthur said, a genuine smile now mirroring hers. That's the spirit. If you ever get lost, or just need a good coffee recommendation, don't hesitate to ask. He scribbled his number on a piece of paper from his notebook, tearing it off and handing it to her. Consider it your senior lifeline. She took it, her fingers brushing his, and a small, almost imperceptible spark seemed to jump between them. Thank you, Arthur. I might just take you up on that. He watched her walk away, a quiet grace in her movements, her head already bent, presumably over her new student handbook. He knew with an inexplicable certainty that this wasn't just a casual encounter. This was the beginning of something profound. The divine voice, a soft, knowing presence, echoed his thoughts. A connection, born not of grand gestures or fleeting passions, but of a quiet understanding, a shared earnestness. You saw in her a reflection of your own deeper values, perhaps, the ones you had begun to set aside. I saw home, Arthur confessed, a lump in his throat. Even then, a sense of grounding, a quiet strength. The screen shimmered, fast-forwarding through their university years. He saw their dates, often to the library, where they would study side by side, sharing whispered jokes and stolen glances. He saw their walks across campus, long conversations under starlit skies, discovering shared dreams and anxieties. He saw the deepening of their bond, a love that grew steadily, quietly, rooted in mutual respect and a burgeoning affection. She was always there, a steadfast presence, a calm port in the storm of his ambitious, sometimes chaotic, final years. Then, the scenes shifted, the vibrant campus fading into the grittier reality of post-graduation struggle. He was no longer the confident senior. He was a fresh graduate, armed with a degree but facing a harsh job market. They started with nothing, two young souls against the world, their shared apartment small, sparsely furnished, echoing with their youthful optimism and the constant gnawing of financial worry. He remembered the endless job applications, the disheartening rejections, the slow erosion of his once unshakable confidence. Evelyn, however, was his unwavering anchor. She had secured an entry-level accounting job, modest but steady, and she never once complained about their poverty, about the instant noodles that became a staple, about the hand-me-down furniture or the leaky roof. He saw a vivid memory, a rainy night, the kind where the rain lashed down with relentless fury, turning the streets into glistening rivers. They were walking home, soaked to the bone, their laughter mingling with the drumming of the rain on their cheap umbrellas. "My shoes are squishing," Evelyn declared, lifting a foot, a dramatic squelch accompanying the movement. "I think I've developed gills," Arthur laughed, pulling her closer, sharing the meager shelter of his umbrella. "At least you'll be well hydrated. Fancy a 5-star dinner tonight, madame?" "Oh, only the best for us, Monsieur Miller," she replied, her eyes twinkling. "Something with exotic spices, and perhaps a side of existential dread." They ducked into a small, bustling roadside stall, steam rising from massive woks, the air thick with the aroma of ginger and garlic. They ordered 2 plates of their cheapest noodles, sharing a single chipped ceramic bowl of lukewarm tea. The food was simple, almost meager, but it overflowed not with luxury, but with warmth and love. He remembered looking at her across the rickety plastic table, her face glowing in the dim light, a stray drop of rain still clinging to her eyelashes, and feeling a profound sense of contentment, a richness that transcended their material poverty. "This," she said, taking a bite of her noodles, her eyes crinkling with happiness. "This is perfect, better than any fancy restaurant." "It really is," he agreed, meaning every word. "As long as I have you, Ev, we can conquer anything, even the mighty instant noodle mountain." "We're a team, Arthur," she said, reaching across the table to squeeze his hand, her touch a comforting anchor. "Always," the divine voice, a gentle current of observation, flowed through the memory. "The true measure of wealth, is it not, Arthur, to find abundance in scarcity and joy in shared struggle?" "It is," Arthur whispered, a wave of tenderness washing over him. "I had forgotten that, forgotten how much those moments meant, how strong we were together." The scenes continued, showcasing his relentless pursuit of a breakthrough. He launched several small business ventures, each fueled by a burning ambition and a naive optimism, and each in turn failed. There was the ill-fated online tutoring platform that no one signed up for, the artisanal coffee bean subscription service that ran out of funds, the custom-made t-shirt printing business that couldn't compete with larger companies. Each failure chipped away at his confidence, leaving him feeling increasingly defeated, sometimes even despairing. He saw himself sitting alone in their tiny apartment, the remnants of another failed business plan strewn across the floor, his head in his hands. He hadn't eaten properly in days, too consumed by worry and the bitter taste of defeat. "Another one bites the dust, Ev," he mumbled when she came home, her small handbag clutched in her hand, her face tired from her own long day. "I'm a failure. I can't do anything right. We're never going to get out of this hole." She knelt beside him, her gentle hand on his shoulder. "Don't say that, Arthur. You're not a failure. You're trying, that's what matters. Every time you fall, you learn something new, even if it doesn't feel like it right now." "But I'm supposed to be the provider," he said, his voice cracking with shame. "I'm supposed to be the one who makes things happen, and I can't even afford to buy you a decent meal." "We have each other," she said, her voice firm, her green eyes unwavering. "That's more than most people have, Arthur, and we'll figure it out. We always do." She reached into her bag, pulling out her meager salary for the week. "Here. It's not much, but it's enough for groceries, and maybe a treat for you, something to lift your spirits." He stared at the small stack of bills, her hard-earned money offered so freely, so unconditionally. His heart ached with a mixture of gratitude and shame. "Evelyn, no. This is your money. You worked for this." "Our money," she corrected softly, pressing it into his hand. "We're a team, remember? And right now you need it more than I do. Besides," she added, a mischievous glint in her eyes, "I've already eaten. My boss brought in donuts." She winked, a small white lie to ease his burden. He remembered the times she would borrow small sums from her family, discreetly, never letting him feel like a burden, always framing it as a temporary loan for opportunities he was pursuing. She would sit with him for hours, poring over his business plans, offering practical advice, her quiet intelligence a steady counterbalance to his sometimes grandiose ideas. She would read books on entrepreneurship, on marketing, anything to help him, to encourage his dreams even when they seemed like impossible fantasies. "You have so many good ideas, Arthur," she would say, her voice full of genuine belief. "They just need the right timing, the right push. Don't give up. I believe in you." Her faith in him, unwavering and absolute, was the fuel that kept him going, the quiet strength that prevented him from succumbing to despair. She saw past the temporary failures, past the financial struggles, to the man she loved. The man of potential, the man who would eventually find his way. The divine voice, a profound whisper, underscored the memory. "She saw you, Arthur, not for what you lacked, but for what you were, and for what you could become. She was the bedrock upon which your future would eventually be built." "She was everything," Arthur murmured, his eyes blurring with tears. "My rock, my everything. And I forgot that, didn't I?" The memories continued, a tapestry woven with threads of hardship and an unbreakable bond. He saw them celebrating small victories, a successful job interview, a small freelance project that paid a few bills, the purchase of a slightly less rickety dining table from a second-hand store. Each step forward, however small, was a shared triumph, celebrated with genuine joy. Their love, born in the quiet halls of academia, had deepened and solidified in the crucible of their early struggles, becoming a formidable force against the world's indifference. He remembered feeling in those lean years that as long as he had Evelyn by his side, they could face anything. Their shared poverty, far from breaking them, had forged an unbreakable connection, a mutual reliance that felt more precious than any material wealth. He had found his true treasure, not in the pursuit of riches, but in the steadfast, selfless love of the woman who stood by him, unwavering, in their darkest hours. The flickering images of their lean, struggling years, bathed in the soft glow of shared warmth and unwavering love, began to transition, slowly but inexorably, towards a new chapter. The screen brightened, reflecting a subtle shift in their fortunes, a gradual ascent from the depths of financial uncertainty. Arthur saw himself no longer the defeated entrepreneur, but a man renewed, embarking on a new path. It began with a small entry-level job at a burgeoning financial firm, a seemingly insignificant step that would, against all odds, become the launching pad for his career. He remembered the quiet relief he felt when he finally landed that position, the sense of having found a solid foothold after years of slipping on the treacherous slopes of self-employment. He watched himself, meticulously dressed in his one good suit, heading out the door each morning before dawn, Evelyn's hand squeezing his encouragingly. He recalled the long hours, the relentless grind, the quiet determination to prove himself, to make this opportunity count. He was no longer chasing grand, entrepreneurial dreams, but diligently working his way up, one rung at a time, in the structured, predictable world of corporate finance. He was learning, absorbing, adapting, fueled by the memory of their struggles and the burning desire to provide a better life for Evelyn and for the family they now dreamed of building. The divine voice, a gentle observer, noted, "A different path, Arthur, one of stability, of steady progress, a contrast to the bold risks of your earlier ventures." "Yes," Arthur acknowledged, a wistful note in his voice. The sting of those failures, the weight of Evelyn's sacrifices, made me cautious. I just wanted to be safe, to be able to provide, to never see that worried look in her eyes again. The narrative progressed to their marriage, a modest affair but overflowing with love and the promise of a shared future. He saw Evelyn, radiant in a simple white dress, her eyes shining with happiness, her hand firm and warm in his. He remembered the profound sense of commitment, the vows exchanged not just between them, but to the life they would build together, a life of partnership and mutual support. Then came the children. Daniel, their firstborn, a tiny bundle of wonder, transforming their small apartment into a haven of joyous chaos. And then Lily, a few years later, completing their family, filling their home with laughter and the endless demands of parenthood. It was during these years, as their family grew, that Arthur saw with stark clarity the immense, unspoken sacrifice Evelyn made. He remembered the conversations, the difficult choices framed by love and practicality. He saw himself sitting at the kitchen table, a stack of bills before him, his brow furrowed with worry. Evelyn, holding a gurgling baby Daniel, looked at him with her usual quiet resolve. "The daycare costs are more than I thought, Arthur," she said softly, her voice tinged with a hint of fatigue. "And with my salary after taxes and everything, it barely covers it. It almost doesn't make sense for me to go back to work full-time." Arthur sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I know. My promotion is still a few months off. If only we could just hold out a little longer. If I could just work more overtime. Or," Evelyn interjected, her gaze steady, "I could take a break. Just for a few years. Focus on Daniel. And then, when he's a little older, or when your career is more established, I could go back. Part-time, maybe. Or pick up some freelance accounting work." Arthur remembered the internal conflict. He knew how much Evelyn loved her work, how proud she was of her accounting career. He had seen the spark in her eyes when she talked about balancing books, solving complex financial puzzles. But he also saw the logic in her proposal, the financial sense it made, and selfishly he yearned for the stability, the comfort of knowing his children were being raised by their mother, the secure anchor she would provide at home while he battled the corporate world. "Are you sure, Ev?" he asked, his voice heavy with the weight of the decision. "You love your job, you're so good at it." She smiled, a gentle, reassuring smile. "I love us more, Arthur, and I love Daniel. This isn't forever, it's just for now." "Besides," she added, a hint of her old mischievousness, "someone needs to make sure Daniel doesn't try to eat the cat, and I think I'm slightly more qualified than you for that particular task." He had agreed, of course, grateful for her selflessness, for her practicality, for her unwavering support. But now, seeing it again, through the lens of memory, he understood the true magnitude of that decision. She didn't just take a break. She set aside her own burgeoning career aspirations, her professional identity, to stay at home, raise their children, and meticulously manage their household. She became the steadfast anchor of their family, the quiet, unseen force that kept their world running smoothly. She trusted him implicitly, believing in his eventual success, seeing him as her rock, her everything, even when he often felt like crumbling under the pressure. "She built a foundation for you, Arthur," the divine voice observed, its tone filled with profound respect. "A sanctuary from the storms of the world, allowing you to venture forth, unburdened by the daily concerns of home?" "She did," Arthur agreed, a fresh wave of understanding washing over him. "She gave me everything, the space to grow, the peace of mind to focus, and I just saw it as her role, as what she was supposed to do." The shame of his past indifference was a bitter taste in his mouth. The narrative continued, showing Arthur's steady climb up the corporate ladder. With each promotion, with each step up, came more responsibility, more pressure, and less time for anything else. The small, entry-level job morphed into a managerial position, then a senior role, then a directorship. His company grew, his influence expanded, and his salary increased commensurately. He bought them a bigger house, a nicer car, provided his children with opportunities he had never dreamed of. He was, by all outward appearances, a success, but the visions also showed the insidious cost of that success. He saw himself, working late, the fluorescent lights of his office casting a harsh glow on his tired face. The phone calls, the emails, the endless meetings, the relentless pursuit of deadlines, they consumed him, leaving little energy for anything else. He felt increasingly trapped, forced to work endlessly, not for passion, but for the relentless demands of providing for his family, for maintaining the lifestyle they had now become accustomed to. The joy of success was fleeting, quickly replaced by the ever-present pressure to achieve more, to earn more, to be more. He remembered Evelyn's gentle attempts to draw him back, to remind him of the life outside the office walls. "Arthur, are you coming home for dinner tonight?" she would ask, her voice hopeful, yet tinged with a familiar resignation. "Lily drew you a picture. She wants to show you." "I'm sorry, Ev," he would reply, his voice tight with stress, his eyes fixed on his computer screen. "I have to finish this report. Big presentation tomorrow. Tell Lily I'll see it first thing in the morning, okay? Give her a kiss for me." He saw the subtle slump of her shoulders, the quiet sigh as she hung up the phone. He knew even then that he was missing out, that he was letting his family down. But the pressure felt immense, insurmountable. He was caught in a cycle, a hamster wheel of his own making, driven by the relentless pursuit of more. The vision then showed him in his office late at night, surrounded by younger, attractive colleagues. Olivia Smith, his executive assistant, tall, slim, and impeccably dressed, would often be there, working late alongside him, her auburn hair gleaming under the fluorescent lights. She was ambitious, energetic, always ready with a witty remark or a knowing glance. "Another late night, Arthur," Olivia would say, her voice smooth, a hint of playful sympathy in her tone. "Your dedication is truly inspiring. I don't know how you do it." "Someone's got to keep the ship afloat, Olivia," he would reply, a tired smile on his face, secretly flattered by her attention, by her vibrant energy. He remembered the fleeting, dangerous thoughts he'd harbored in those moments, the growing weariness of his aging wife, whose daily nagging about trivial household matters had become a source of restlessness and frustration after long, exhausting days. He saw Evelyn in his mind's eye, her hair often in a loose bun, wearing comfortable home clothes, her face etched with the subtle lines of motherhood and quiet responsibility. She was still beautiful, but the youthful glow had been replaced by a mature elegance, a quiet strength that he, in his exhaustion and growing dissatisfaction, had begun to overlook. "Did you ever voice these thoughts, Arthur?" The divine voice probed, its tone gentle but unwavering. "No," he admitted, shame burning his cheeks. "Never. They were just fleeting. Whispers in the back of my mind. The insidious little devils that creep in when you're tired, when you're feeling unappreciated, when you're wondering if you made the right choices all those years ago." He saw himself scrolling through social media at home, seeing pictures of his colleagues on exotic vacations, enjoying lavish dinners, their lives seemingly vibrant and unburdened. And then he would look at Evelyn, sitting across from him on the sofa, knitting or reading, her presence a quiet, constant hum. He remembered feeling a flicker of resentment, a sense of being tied down, of having missed out on something. "Arthur, did you remember to call the plumber about the leaky faucet?" she would ask, her voice practical, concerned with the everyday realities of their home. "Yes, Evelyn, I'll get to it," he would snap, his patience worn thin by the demands of his day, the contrast between his perceived glamour at work and the mundane realities of home life grating on his nerves. "I've had a really long day. Can we just have some peace and quiet?" He saw the hurt in her eyes, the way she would withdraw, her quiet dignity a silent rebuke. He knew he was being unfair, that her nagging was simply her managing their shared life, caring for their home, trying to keep their world in order. But in his exhaustion, in his growing dissatisfaction, her voice became another demand, another weight on his already burdened shoulders. The divine voice offered a sobering reflection. The very foundation she built for you, the sanctuary she created, began to feel like a cage, did it not? The quiet strength, the unwavering loyalty, perceived as a burden rather than a blessing. "I was blind," Arthur confessed, tears welling in his eyes. "So utterly, profoundly blind. I was so caught up in the external measures of success, in the endless pursuit of more, that I stopped seeing the true wealth I already possessed. I stopped seeing her." He saw Evelyn, tending to their children, helping them with homework, patiently listening to their endless stories, her face alight with a love that knew no bounds. He saw her carefully managing their finances, stretching every dollar, ensuring their children had everything they needed. He saw her planning family vacations, organizing birthday parties, creating a home filled with warmth and laughter, a home that was a direct result of her tireless, unseen efforts. He also saw the subtle changes in her, the small sacrifices that had become so ingrained they were almost invisible, the books she no longer had time to read, the hobbies she had set aside, the quiet moments of reflection she rarely got. Her own dreams, once so vibrant, had been gently set aside, not forgotten perhaps, but certainly deferred in service of their family, in service of his career. "She trusted you," the divine voice reminded him, its tone a gentle summons to accountability. "Believed in you, saw you as her rock, her everything, and you in turn began to resent the very devotion that made your success possible." Arthur's head bowed, heavy with the weight of his realization. He had taken her for granted, used her quiet strength as a prop for his own ambition, and then, in his weariness, had allowed himself to be tempted by the superficial glitter of external validation. The nagging he had dismissed was her way of communicating, of trying to connect, of seeking his presence in a life he had increasingly absented himself from. He had been so focused on the relentless pursuit of deadlines, of promotions, of the next rung on the corporate ladder, that he had forgotten the most important deadline of all, the fleeting moments of connection, the precious, irreplaceable time with the people who mattered most. The seed of doubt, once planted in his mind regarding his youthful choice of Mia over Evelyn, now withered, replaced by a searing clarity. There was no what-if that could diminish the profound, unconditional love and sacrifice Evelyn had given him. He had found his soulmate, his true partner, and in his blindness he had begun to lose her. The kaleidoscopic torrent of Arthur's past, once a gentle stream of individual memories, now converged into a powerful, overwhelming river, rushing towards a singular, undeniable truth. The ethereal screen, no longer a mere window, became a vortex, pulling him deeper into the heart of his own history, where every decision, every unspoken word, every fleeting thought was laid bare, illuminated by a harsh, revealing light. He was no longer just an observer, he was the subject, the judge and the judged, standing at the precipice of a profound, agonizing, yet ultimately liberating realization. The sleek corporate office, once a symbol of his hard-won ascent, now shimmered with a deceptive sheen. He saw himself there again, weary and distracted, surrounded by the younger, ambitious colleagues whose fleeting attention had once flattered his ego. Olivia Smith, with her perfectly coiffed auburn hair and confident posture, materialized before him, caught in a loop of a past conversation. "Another late night, Arthur." Olivia's voice, smooth as polished chrome, echoed in the spectral office. Her smile, he now saw, was not one of genuine admiration, but of calculated charm, a professional courtesy extended to a superior. "Your dedication is truly inspiring. I don't know how you do it. I mean, with a family and everything, it must be so hard to balance." She paused, her green eyes flicking to the expensive watch on his wrist, then back to his tired face. "But then, that's why you're where you are, isn't it? The top." He remembered the subtle flirtation, the way her gaze lingered, the almost imperceptible lean-in when she spoke. He had interpreted it as interest, as a spark of something he felt was missing from his own life. But now, in this stark clarity, the illusion shattered. Her words, her gestures, her entire demeanor were not drawn to him, Arthur Miller, the man with the quiet dreams and the aching heart. No, they were drawn to his position, his title, to the fleeting power he held, to the perceived influence and financial security he represented. He saw the superficiality of it all, the self-interest thinly veiled beneath a veneer of corporate camaraderie. These were not connections, they were transactions. She saw a rung on the ladder, Arthur, not a soul, the divine voice stated, its tone a quiet affirmation of his dawning insight. A means to an end, a reflection of where she aspired to be, not a genuine appreciation for who you were. "I was so blind," Arthur whispered, the words catching in his throat a bitter taste, "so desperate for validation, for some spark, that I mistook ambition for affection. I saw what I wanted to see, not what was truly there." He remembered Evelyn's loyal, unwavering gaze, her selfless acts, and the contrast was a punch to the gut. Her love had been unconditional, unwavering, given freely without expectation of return, while these corporate interactions were all about leverage, about what could be gained. The scene shifted. plunging him back into the painful memory of his lost friendship. Joseph Carter, his face etched with youthful anger and misunderstanding, stood before him, the words of their final, devastating argument echoing in the spectral park. "If you're so quick to believe some stupid rumor over years of friendship, then maybe you're not the friend I thought you were either." Young Arthur's own words, fueled by pride, now sounded like a death knell. The subsequent silence, the growing chasm, the missed opportunities for reconciliation, they all rushed back, amplified by the wisdom of hindsight. He saw Joseph walking away, his back stiff with resentment, and then the final, irreversible departure of his family. The regret intensified, a raw, throbbing wound. Pride, that insidious, venomous serpent, had cost him a precious bond, a connection that had been a foundational pillar of his youth. A bond severed not by malice but by the smallest of human flaws, the divine voice observed, a lament woven into its words. A testament to how easily the most precious things can be lost, not with a bang, but with a whimper of ego. "It was so foolish," Arthur choked out, tears streaming down his face, the old ache now a sharp, agonizing pain. "So utterly, tragically foolish. I should have gone after him. I should have swallowed my pride, begged for his forgiveness. Even if I believed I was right, the friendship was worth more than any argument." The memories then accelerated, flashing through his post-university struggles, the failed business ventures. He saw himself, young and enthusiastic, pouring his meager savings into one ill-fated idea after another. The online tutoring platform, the artisanal coffee, the custom T-shirts, each one a flicker of hope, quickly extinguished. He remembered the fear that had gripped him after these failures, the crushing weight of debt, the gnawing anxiety of not being able to provide. That fear had driven him to cling to the safety of stable work, to chase promotions, to prioritize security above all else. He had missed out on riskier, potentially more promising entrepreneurial opportunities that required a courage he felt he had lost. He saw glimpses of his old friends, some of them former classmates, now successful entrepreneurs, their faces beaming from magazine covers or glowing from digital screens, their companies thriving, their lives seemingly vibrant and free. He saw Joseph, too, in a fleeting, almost prophetic vision, older, wiser, but with the same spark in his eyes, a tech entrepreneur who had clearly taken those bold risks, who had built something from the ground up, something truly his own. The stark contrast to his own life, still stuck in the corporate cycle, chasing quarterly targets and annual reviews, was a bitter pill. He had chosen the safe path, and while it had provided stability, it had also, he realized, stifled a part of his spirit, the part that had once dreamed of discovering new stars and building fortresses. "You chose stability over volatility, Arthur," the voice noted, its tone neither judgmental nor approving, simply stating a fact. "A choice made from a place of love and responsibility to shield those you cherished from the uncertainty you had known." "But at what cost?" Arthur retorted, his voice laced with anguish. "I buried a part of myself. I traded my dreams for a cage, albeit a gilded one. I watched others soar while I stayed grounded, always looking up, always wondering." Then the final, most profound understanding dawned on him, an epiphany that resonated through every fiber of his being, shaking him to his core. His job, which he had perceived as a curse, as a monotonous treadmill, was revealed to be a hard-won chance, a stable foundation earned after years of relentless struggle. He remembered the desperate effort it took just to secure that first entry-level position, the countless applications, the humbling interviews, the sheer relief of finally having a steady paycheck. He saw the faces of those less fortunate, the unemployed, the struggling, those unable to provide for their loved ones, their desperation a stark, haunting contrast to his own complaints. A wave of profound, overwhelming gratitude washed over him, hot and cleansing, burning away the layers of resentment and self-pity. "You had a choice, Arthur," the divine voice echoed, its tone now carrying a profound weight. "And you chose to endure, to provide, to be the rock for your family. That is not a curse, my son. That is a sacrifice. That is love in its purest, most unwavering form. He had so much. A devoted wife, Evelyn, whose selfless love had been the very bedrock of his existence. A happy, healthy family, his children Daniel and Lily, whose laughter filled his home with joy, whose dreams he was able to nurture. A successful sister, Rachel, who had carved her own path, vibrant and independent, a living testament to the spirit of their upbringing. He realized, with a searing clarity that brought him to his knees, that he had wasted years chasing an elusive concept of more money, an abstract ideal, at the expense of nurturing the very relationships that gave his life meaning. The relentless pursuit of wealth, of external validation, had blinded him to the true prosperity he already possessed, the boundless riches of human connection, of family, of love. "All those whispered complaints," Arthur murmured, his voice raw with emotion. "All those why me's, I was so ungrateful, so utterly unseeing. I had everything, everything that truly mattered, and I squandered it, chasing shadows. The shadows often appear more tangible than the light when one is weary," the voice gently offered. "But the light was always there, Arthur, within you and around you, waiting to be seen." He understood now. What he needed was not a reset, a complete erasure of his past, but a refocus, a profound shift in perspective. He needed to slow down, to listen more, to truly reconnect with those who mattered, to cherish the moments he had, rather than lamenting the ones he didn't. He saw that opportunities naturally arose not from endless toil, from the relentless, joyless grind, but from understanding and serving the needs of others, and most importantly, from valuing what truly matters: family, friends, and loved ones. Money, he realized, should never be the sole pursuit. It was a tool, a means to an end, not an end in itself. Life was finite, precious, and time could not be endlessly traded for wealth, for promotions, for an abstract idea of success. True prosperity, he now understood with every fiber of his being, was found in the richness of moments, the depth of human connection, the quiet joy of being present, of truly living. At the very peak of this emotional epiphany, as the last vestiges of his self-pity and resentment burned away, replaced by a profound sense of gratitude and clarity, God's voice echoed through the ethereal space, cutting through the silence of his realizations, clear and resonant, yet still imbued with that ancient profound kindness. "Arthur Miller," the voice boomed, not with judgment, but with an invitation. "The journey through your past is complete. You have seen the threads, woven and unwoven, the choices made, the paths taken and untaken. Now the moment of your impossible decision has returned." The glowing, translucent screen, which had expanded to encompass his entire world, now reformed, shrinking back to its original size, hovering once more before him. The two ethereal buttons, pulsing with their inviting yet terrifying light, reappeared. The first, still bearing the poignant question, if life had a reset button, would you have the courage to press it and start all over again? The second, now irrelevant, faded slightly. God's voice, closer now, softer, yet infinitely powerful, filled the space between them, cutting through the echoes of his past, penetrating the very core of his being. "Do you choose to start over?" Arthur stood trembling, not with fear, but with the sheer weight of his newfound understanding. The reset button, once so tempting, so alluring in its promise of escape, now held no appeal, no power over him. It was a blank slate, yes, but a blank slate devoid of the lessons learned, the love earned, the growth achieved through hardship. It was an erasure, not a redemption. The thought of losing Evelyn, his children, his sister, even the painful lessons of his lost friendship, was now unbearable. He looked at the glowing button, then at the space where God's presence hummed, and then, with a profound certainty that resonated from his newly awakened soul, he began to shake his head. The question hung in the ethereal air, shimmering with cosmic weight. Do you choose to start over? It was a siren song, a whispered promise of a blank slate, an escape from the weariness that had, until moments ago, defined his very existence. The glowing reset button pulsed before him, a beacon of tantalizing possibility. For years, Arthur had silently railed against the heavens, begging for such a chance, dreaming of an alternate reality where his choices might have been different, his burdens lighter, his path smoother. He had yearned for a do-over, a fresh start, convinced that his current life was a dull, repetitive cycle, a cosmic joke played at his expense. But now, standing at the precipice of that very wish, the desire had evaporated, replaced by a profound, unshakable certainty. He looked at the button, no longer with longing, but with a quiet, almost pitying understanding. It was a lie, a seductive illusion. Starting over would not guarantee a better life. It would simply guarantee a different one, devoid of the hard-won wisdom, the scars that had taught him resilience, the love that had been forged in the crucible of shared struggle. He knew now, with every fiber of his being, that the challenges he had faced were not external curses, but internal misinterpretations, shadows cast by his own blindness. Erasing his past would erase the very lessons that had led him to this profound, soul-altering understanding. Arthur, his heart overflowing with a newfound clarity and gratitude, slowly, decisively, shook his head. The movement was small, almost imperceptible, yet it resonated with the force of a universe-shattering declaration. "No," he whispered. The single word, a testament to a journey completed, a truth embraced. His voice, once heavy with complaint, was now light, imbued with a quiet power. "No, I don't choose to start over." The divine presence, a silent, knowing observer, regarded him with an expression of infinite compassion. A definitive choice, Arthur, and one made with a clarity that was until now obscured by the dust of regret and the fog of unfulfilled expectations. "Tell me, why the unwavering no?" Arthur looked up. His eyes, though still wet with unshed tears, now shone with a brilliant internal light. Because it would be a betrayal. A betrayal of every lesson learned, every moment cherished, every person who shaped me. It would be a betrayal of Evelyn, who stood by me when I had nothing, who gave up her own dreams for our family, who saw me as her rock even when I felt like crumbling dust. He paused, the image of her unwavering support, her quiet sacrifices, burning brightly in his mind. How could I erase her? How could I erase our children, Daniel and Lily, their laughter, their dreams, their very existence? They are my greatest treasures, the true wealth I've been so desperately, blindly searching for. "And the challenges, Arthur?" the voice prompted gently. "The struggles, the perceived unfairness, the monotony that led you to rail against the heavens. Would you not wish to avoid those?" "No," Arthur repeated, his conviction deepening. "Not now. Because those challenges, those struggles, they weren't curses. They were crucibles, They forged me. They taught me resilience, patience, humility. They taught me the true value of what I have. If I reset, I would lose those lessons. I would be a different man, yes, but not a better one. Perhaps even worse, condemned to repeat the same mistakes because I wouldn't have the wisdom to see them for what they truly are. He thought of the missed opportunities, the fear that had held him back. I wouldn't know the emptiness of chasing superficial success because I wouldn't have chased it. I wouldn't know the depth of Evelyn's love because I wouldn't have struggled with her, side by side, through the lean years. I wouldn't know the profound ache of a lost friendship because I wouldn't have lost it, and thus wouldn't appreciate its irreplaceable value. As he spoke, the invisible weight he had carried for so long, the burden of his perceived failures, the crushing monotony of his existence, lifted dramatically from his heart. It wasn't a sudden, jarring release, but a gentle unburdening, like shedding a heavy cloak he hadn't realized he was wearing. A lightness he hadn't felt in years. A profound sense of peace settled over him, filling the spaces where weariness and dissatisfaction had once resided. The reset button, once so inviting, now seemed cold, sterile, an empty promise. So, you choose your present, the divine voice concluded, a note of quiet satisfaction in its tone. Your life with all its imperfections, its joys, its sorrows, its hard-won wisdom. I choose my life, Arthur affirmed, his voice firm, resolute. I choose this life because it is my life, and it is beautiful. I just forgot how to see it. He took a deep, shuddering breath, feeling the profound shift within him. What I need is not a reset, but a refocus, a rebirth of intent, not an erasure of experience. In that moment of decision, a clear, vibrant vision of a new path forward began to unfurl before him. He committed, with every fiber of his being, to living differently. He envisioned a life lived more slowly, more consciously, a deliberate stepping back from the relentless pursuit of endless overtime, the soul-crushing demands of a career that had become his master rather than his servant. I will live more slowly, Arthur declared, the words a sacred vow. I will reclaim my time, not for myself alone, but for those who deserve it most. He pictured his home, not as a resting place for his exhaustion, but as a sanctuary of connection. He saw Evelyn, her face etched with the subtle lines of motherhood and quiet responsibility, but also with a beauty he had, in his blindness, stopped truly seeing. I will spend quality time with Evelyn, he articulated, his voice thick with emotion. I will truly listen to her, not just hear her words, but understand the unspoken stories behind them. I will appreciate her sacrifices, acknowledge her unwavering loyalty, and cherish the quiet strength that has sustained our family for so long. I will tell her every day how much she means to me, how grateful I am for her. No more dismissing her nagging as trivial. It's her way of connecting, of trying to draw me back into the life we built together. He imagined sitting with her, holding her hand, sharing the silence, truly present. Then, his children, Daniel and Lily, their faces vivid and bright, materialized in his mind's eye. Daniel, the thoughtful, creative teenager, often lost in his own world of music and art, and Lily, the boundless ball of energy, her imagination a vibrant universe. I will engage more fully with Daniel, he vowed. I will ask him about his music, his art, his dreams, and truly listen to his answers, without judgment, without trying to steer him towards my own preconceived notions of success. I will be present for his milestones, his struggles, his triumphs, not just a distant approving figure. I'll make time for him, real time, not just the leftovers of my working day. He pictured himself listening to Daniel's latest composition, asking thoughtful questions, sharing in his world. And Lily, he continued, a soft smile gracing his lips, I will immerse myself in her boundless imagination. I will build those fantastical forts with her, read her endless stories, color her vibrant drawings. I will nurture her dreams, her curiosity, her sense of wonder. I will play with her, truly play, without the distraction of work or the weight of my own anxieties. He saw himself chasing her through the park, laughing freely, unburdened. His thoughts then turned to his wider circle, to the friends he had neglected, the bonds that had frayed over the years. I will reach out to my friends, rekindle forgotten bonds. Life is too short for unspoken words, for lingering resentments. I will seek out Rachel, my sister, and tell her how much I admire her courage, her independence, her unwavering spirit. But one bond above all demanded immediate attention, a wound that had festered for decades, leaving a hollow ache in his heart. Joseph, his long-lost best friend. The memory of their foolish argument, the pride that had kept them apart, the truth that had come too late. It all flooded back, but now it fueled a fierce determination, not despair. The first tangible step, Arthur declared, his voice filled with a newfound resolve, will be to find Joseph, my old friend. I will seek him out no matter how long it takes, no matter how far he has gone. He saw himself making the call, writing the letter, knocking on the door. And what will you say, Arthur, when you stand before him? The divine voice inquired, its tone expectant. Arthur took a deep breath, the words forming in his heart, clear and resonant. I will apologize, not just for the misunderstanding, for the petty argument that tore us apart, but for the pride, for the stubborn, foolish pride that kept me silent, that kept me from reaching out, from fighting for our friendship. I will tell him that I was wrong, to let ego stand in the way of what truly mattered. I will acknowledge my fault, not because he was blameless, but because I was equally to blame, and because the friendship was worth more than being right. He envisioned the conversation, the initial awkwardness, the eventual tears, the profound relief of finally mending a broken bond that had always left a void in his heart. It will be late, I know, but it will be sincere, and I will tell him how much I've missed him, how much his friendship meant, and how much I regret the years we lost. He paused, a profound sense of peace settling over him. The decision had been made. The path was clear. He was no longer the weary, discontented man who whispered complaints to the heavens. He was Arthur, reborn, not through a magical reset, but through a radical shift in perspective, a renewed appreciation for the life he already had, and a fierce determination to live it fully, deeply and with unwavering gratitude. The ethereal space around him, once filled with the echoes of his past, now shimmered with the promise of a future he was now ready to embrace, not with fear or resignation, but with an open heart and a clear, unwavering purpose. The glowing screen, having delivered its profound, life-altering truth, now faded with a gentle, almost reverent sigh, its ethereal light receding like the last embers of a spent fire. Arthur found himself abruptly, yet softly, back in the familiar confines of his car, the cool plastic of the steering wheel solid beneath his still trembling fingers. The worn fabric of the driver's seat, a tangible anchor to the mundane. The thick, pearlescent mist, which had cloaked the world in a dreamlike suspension, dissipated as swiftly as it had arrived, swirling away into the night, revealing the familiar suburban road. Streetlights, once flickering with an otherworldly luminescence, now shone with their ordinary, steady glow. The distant hum of traffic, the faint murmur of life returned, a gentle reassertion of reality after his profound journey through the unreal. But Arthur was no longer the same man. The man who had driven into that fog, heavy-shouldered and soul-weary, complaining to a god he felt had dealt him an unfair hand, was gone, utterly and irrevocably transformed. In his place sat a man infused with a renewed sense of purpose, a quiet, profound contentment that settled deep within his bones, like the warmth of a long-forgotten hearth. The weight he had carried for so long, the burden of his perceived failures, and the monotonous treadmill of his existence had not just lifted. It had vanished, replaced by a lightness he hadn't felt since the carefree days of his youth. A deep, cleansing breath filled his lungs, a breath that tasted not of exhaustion, but of pure, unadulterated gratitude. He started the car, the rumble of the engine a familiar grounding sound, and pulled slowly back onto the road. The familiar suburban landscape, usually a blur of identical houses and manicured lawns, now unfolded before him with a newfound vibrancy, each detail imbued with a significance he had overlooked for too long. The streetlights weren't just functional. They cast a warm, inviting glow, illuminating the path to his home, to his family, to the life he now cherished. The occasional car passing by wasn't an annoyance. It was a reminder of the countless individual journeys, the shared human experience, each person heading towards their own sanctuary, their own loved ones. He caught a glimpse of his reflection in the rearview mirror. The lines of stress around his eyes seemed to have softened, the perpetual frown eased into a gentle, almost serene expression. He smiled, a genuine, unforced smile that reached his eyes, crinkling the corners. "You look like you've seen a ghost, Arthur," he might have said to himself a few hours ago. Now he felt as though he had wrestled with his own ghosts and emerged victorious, not by vanquishing them, but by embracing them, understanding them, and finally letting them rest. The drive home, usually a soul-numbing commute, became a meditative journey, a silent reaffirmation of his vows. He thought of Evelyn, her unwavering loyalty, her selfless sacrifices, the quiet strength that had been the bedrock of their family. He thought of Daniel, his creative son, and Lily, his imaginative daughter, their laughter, their dreams, their boundless energy. He thought of Joseph, his lost friend, and the profound ache of a bond broken by foolish pride. Each thought was not a source of regret, but a catalyst for action, a clear directive for the future. "I will not squander this," he murmured to himself, the words a sacred promise whispered into the quiet of the car. Not one more moment, not one more unspoken word of love, not one more missed opportunity for connection. The hum of the engine, the gentle sway of the car, seemed to carry him forward, not just physically but spiritually, towards a rebirth of his own making. He pulled into his driveway, the familiar two-story house bathed in the warm glow of its porch light. It wasn't a grand mansion, but it was his home, filled with the echoes of laughter, the scent of home-cooked meals, the beating hearts of his family. He turned off the engine, the sudden silence a stark contrast to the internal symphony of his thoughts, and for a moment he just sat there, savoring the peace, the profound contentment that had settled within him. He was home, truly home, in a way he hadn't been for years. He stepped out of the car, the cool night air invigorating, and walked towards the front door, a lightness in his step. As he fumbled for his keys, the door swung open, and Evelyn stood there, her face a mixture of relief and a familiar, weary concern. Her dark blonde hair was in its usual loose bun, her gentle green eyes scanning his face, searching for the telltale signs of another late, stressful night. "Arthur? You're home early," she said, her voice soft, a hint of surprise. "Is everything all right? You look different." He looked at her, truly looked at her, and saw not the aging wife whose nagging had once grated on his nerves, but the vibrant, selfless woman who had walked through rain-soaked streets with him, who had given him her last dollar, who had set aside her own dreams for theirs. He saw the quiet strength, the unwavering love, the profound beauty that he had, in his blindness, stopped seeing. He dropped his keys onto the small table by the door, and without a word reached out and pulled her into a tight embrace. It wasn't the perfunctory hug of obligation, but a genuine, heartfelt clasp, filled with a depth of emotion that surprised even him. He buried his face in her hair, inhaling the familiar scent of her shampoo, and felt a wave of profound love wash over him, so intense it almost brought him to his knees. Evelyn, initially stiff with surprise, slowly melted into his arms, her own hands coming up to hold him, a tentative return of his embrace. "Arthur? What's wrong? You're crushing me," she murmured, a small laugh escaping her, though her voice was still laced with concern. "Did something happen at work? Are you okay?" He pulled back slightly, just enough to look into her eyes, his own brimming with unshed tears. "Nothing's wrong, Ev. Everything's finally right." He reached up, gently cupping her face in his hands, his thumbs tracing the soft lines around her eyes, the very lines he had once foolishly resented. I needed to hold you. I needed to tell you how much I love you, how much I appreciate everything you do, everything you've ever done for us." Her eyes widened, a mixture of confusion and a dawning understanding. "Arthur, you're acting very strange. Are you sure you're feeling all right? Did you hit your head?" She reached up, gently touching his forehead, as if checking for a fever. He chuckled, a genuine, heartfelt sound that seemed to bubble up from a long dormant well within him. "No, my love. I'm perfectly fine. More than fine. I had a moment of clarity. A very profound moment. And it made me realize how much I've taken for granted, how much I've missed." He looked around their modest, comfortable living room, at the slightly worn sofa, the family photos on the mantelpiece, the faint scent of dinner lingering in the air. All of this, it's everything. "Everything," Evelyn repeated, her voice soft, still processing his unusual demeanor. "Arthur, you usually come home complaining about deadlines and spreadsheets. You're usually so tired you can barely string a sentence together. What happened?" She searched his eyes, her own filled with a mixture of hope and trepidation. "I saw the whole picture, Ev," he said, his voice low, earnest. "The whole beautiful, messy, wonderful picture. And I realized that I've been looking at it all wrong. I've been so focused on what I thought I lacked, on what I thought I needed to achieve, that I completely missed the incredible wealth I already possessed. With you, with Daniel, with Lily, with our life." He squeezed her hands gently. "I'm so sorry, Ev, for being distant, for being absent, for not seeing you, truly seeing you for all these years." A single tear tracked down Evelyn's cheek, a tear he quickly, gently, wiped away with his thumb. "Arthur," she whispered, her voice trembling. "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about us," he said, pulling her close again, holding her tenderly. "And I'm talking about changing, about living differently, about putting us first, truly first." He felt a profound sense of peace, a quiet joy settling within him. The journey had been long, the lessons hard won, but he had found his way back. And the first step of his new life, his own rebirth, was right here, in the arms of the woman he loved, in the warmth of the home he had once taken for granted. The mundane reality of his suburban life was no longer a cage. It was a sanctuary, a canvas upon which he would now paint a life rich with presence, connection, and an unwavering gratitude for the simple, profound gift of existence. The initial shock and bewilderment in Evelyn's eyes slowly gave way to a cautious hope, a fragile glimmer of belief that perhaps, just perhaps, something truly profound had shifted within the man she loved. Arthur held her close, feeling the steady beat of her heart against his, a rhythm that was both familiar and suddenly exquisitely precious. He had spoken from a place of raw, unvarnished truth, the words flowing effortlessly, unburdened by the years of unspoken regrets and suppressed emotions. He gently pulled back, still holding her hands, his gaze unwavering. "I know this sounds dramatic, Ev, and I know words aren't enough. But I promise you, things are going to be different." Starting now, Evelyn, still a little disoriented by his sudden intensity, managed a small, watery smile. "Different how, Arthur? Are you quitting your job? Because as much as I appreciate the sentiment, we still have bills and 2 children who eat like small horses." Her practicality, ever present, was a comforting anchor in the midst of his emotional upheaval. He chuckled, a genuine, warm sound. No, I'm not quitting, not yet anyway, but I'm going to cut back. Drastically. No more endless overtime. No more letting work consume every waking moment, every ounce of my energy. I've been chasing something, an illusion, I realize now. And in doing so, I've been running away from what truly matters. He squeezed her hands. You, Daniel, Lily, this home, this life we've built. A flicker of genuine hope sparked in her eyes. "You really mean that, Arthur?" Her voice was barely a whisper, a delicate question hanging in the air. "I do, Ev, more than anything." He pulled her into the living room, gently guiding her to the sofa. "Come, sit with me. Let me tell you about everything." He didn't quite know how to explain the ethereal mist, the divine messenger, the journey through his past. But he knew he could explain the feelings, the realizations. He sat beside her, taking her hand again, and began to speak, slowly, haltingly at first, then with increasing fluency, recounting the highlights of his journey, omitting the fantastical elements but conveying the profound emotional impact of reliving their early struggles, her unwavering support, his growing detachment, his ultimate epiphany. He spoke of their early days, the struggles, the cheap noodles, her selfless financial support. "I saw it all again, Ev. How you stood by me, how you believed in me, even when I had nothing, when I was failing over and over again. You never complained. You just gave. And I took it for granted. I saw it as your strength, not as your sacrifice." Evelyn listened, her green eyes fixed on his, a mixture of emotions playing across her face. Surprise, understanding, and a profound, quiet sadness for the years they had lost to his blindness. When he spoke of her setting aside her own career, her own dreams, for the sake of their family, a tear finally escaped and rolled down her cheek. "I never regretted it, Arthur," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "Not truly. Being a mother, building this home, it was important. But sometimes I missed the other part of me, the Evelyn who loved numbers, who thrived on solving complex problems." "I know," he said, his voice raw, "and I'm so sorry I didn't see that. I'm sorry I let you carry that burden alone, that I didn't create a space for you to pursue those parts of yourself. But it's not too late, Ev. It's never too late." He spoke of his growing resentment, his weariness, the fleeting, dangerous thoughts he'd harbored about his attractive colleagues, and the nagging that had frustrated him. He laid it all bare, every ugly truth, every moment of weakness. Evelyn listened in silence, her expression unreadable, but her hand remained clasped in his, a testament to her enduring strength. "I saw them, Ev," he confessed, his voice heavy with shame. "Those young, ambitious colleagues, and for a moment, a fleeting, foolish moment, I thought they offered something I was missing. But I saw the truth too. They weren't drawn to me, to Arthur. They were drawn to my title, my position. It was all superficial, and it paled in comparison to the unwavering loyalty, the selfless love you've given me year after year, without question, without expectation." He looked into her eyes, pleading for understanding. "I was a fool, Ev, a complete and utter fool, and I am so sorry." Evelyn finally pulled her hand away, gently, and reached up to cup his cheek. "Oh, Arthur," she breathed, her voice filled with a tenderness that broke his heart anew. "I know it's been hard. I've felt you pulling away. I've seen the exhaustion in your eyes. And yes, sometimes I felt invisible, like I was just part of the furniture. But I always knew, deep down, that you loved us. Even when you were lost, even when you were chasing those shadows, I knew your heart was still here." She leaned her head against his shoulder, a profound sigh escaping her. This is a lot to take in, Arthur. But I'm here. We're here. And if you truly mean what you say, if you truly want to live differently, then I'm ready. I'm more than ready." He held her, feeling a renewed sense of hope, a fragile but powerful commitment to rebuild, to reconnect. This was the true beginning. The next morning, Arthur woke before his alarm, a rare occurrence. Instead of the usual dread, a sense of quiet anticipation hummed within him. He made coffee, something Evelyn usually did, and brought her a cup in bed. "Good morning, sleepyhead," he whispered, gently kissing her forehead. Evelyn blinked awake, a soft smile gracing her lips. "Morning, this is a nice surprise. Are you going to work?" "Eventually," he said, sitting on the edge of the bed. "But first, I'm going to have breakfast with my family, and then I'm going to take Lily to school, and then I'm going to call my boss and tell him I'm cutting back on my hours, effective immediately." Evelyn's eyes widened. "Arthur, are you sure? That's a big step." "I've never been more sure of anything in my life," he replied, his gaze firm. "I've spent too long chasing something that doesn't exist, at the expense of what does, and it stops now." Later that morning at the breakfast table, the atmosphere was palpably different. Arthur, instead of rushing through his meal while scrolling through emails, was fully present. Daniel, his 16-year-old son, sat across from him, picking at his cereal, his usual detached air firmly in place. Lily, his 10-year-old daughter, a whirlwind of bright energy, chattered excitedly about her upcoming art project. Daddy, guess what? Miss Jenkins said my drawing of the flying unicorn was exceptionally imaginative," Lily exclaimed, her freckled cheeks glowing with pride. Arthur smiled, truly seeing her, truly hearing her. "That's wonderful, sweetie. I knew you had it in you. You're a very talented artist." He leaned in conspiratorially. "Do you think you could draw me a flying unicorn later? My office could use some more imagination." Lily's eyes lit up. "Really? You want my drawing for your office?" "Absolutely," Arthur affirmed. "It would make my day much brighter." Daniel, usually absorbed in his phone, looked up, a flicker of surprise in his grey-blue eyes. "You're actually going to put a flying unicorn drawing in your office, Dad?" he asked, a hint of his usual sarcastic humour. "You bet I am, son," Arthur replied, meeting his gaze. "It's about time my office had a little more magic. What about you, Daniel? What are you working on these days? Any new digital art pieces? Or maybe a new song? He remembered the visions of Daniel's creativity, the subtle hunger for validation beneath his detached exterior. Daniel hesitated, clearly unaccustomed to such direct, engaged questioning from his father. Yeah. I've been messing around with some new synth sounds, trying to create a futuristic soundscape for a short film I'm thinking about. Futuristic soundscape? Arthur's interest was genuine. That sounds fascinating. Tell me more. What kind of film? What kind of mood are you trying to create? Daniel, initially guarded, slowly began to open up, his voice gaining enthusiasm as he described his project, the challenges, the vision. Evelyn watched, a small knowing smile playing on her lips, her heart swelling with a quiet joy she hadn't felt in years. This was the Arthur she had fallen in love with, the curious, engaged, passionate man, not the weary, detached stranger he had become. After breakfast, Arthur did something else he hadn't done in years. He walked Lily to school holding her small hand, listening to her endless chatter about her friends, her teachers, her latest dream. He didn't check his phone, didn't rush her. He was simply present, absorbing every detail of her vibrant world. "Daddy," Lily said, looking up at him with her sparkling hazel eyes, "you're really happy today, aren't you?" He knelt down, meeting her gaze, his heart overflowing. "I am, sweetie. Very, very happy. Happier than I've been in a long, long time." As he walked back home, a profound sense of peace settled over him. He had taken the first small steps, and already the world felt brighter, more meaningful. He knew it wouldn't be easy, that old habits died hard, and that the corporate world wouldn't simply roll over and accept his new boundaries. But he also knew that he was no longer alone in this fight. He had Evelyn, his children, and a newfound clarity that would guide him. The journey of rediscovery had begun, not with a grand, dramatic flourish, but with the quiet courage of a man choosing to live differently, one conscious, heartfelt moment at a time. The office, the spreadsheets, the deadlines, they would still be there, but they would no longer define him. He would define them, bending them to the will of his renewed purpose, making space for what truly mattered. The morning after his profound transformation, Arthur arrived at the office with a new spring in his step, a quiet confidence that baffled his colleagues. He greeted Olivia with a polite but firm nod, his gaze steady, devoid of the subtle flirtation he had once indulged in. The illusions of superficial ambition had been thoroughly dispelled, replaced by a clear-eyed understanding of what truly mattered. He knew he had a difficult conversation ahead of him, one that would redefine his professional life, but the prospect, once terrifying, now felt liberating. He spent the first hour meticulously reviewing his schedule, delegating tasks, and preparing for his meeting with Mr. Harrison, the stern, no-nonsense CEO who had overseen his rise through the ranks. He felt a flicker of the old fear, the ingrained corporate deference, but it was quickly overshadowed by the unwavering conviction of his newfound purpose. He wasn't asking for a favor, he was setting a boundary, reclaiming his life. At precisely 9:30 a.m., Arthur walked into Mr. Harrison's expansive office, the panoramic view of the city usually a symbol of his aspiration, now just a backdrop to a more important internal landscape. Mr. Harrison, a man whose presence commanded immediate respect, looked up from his papers, his sharp eyes assessing Arthur with a customary intensity. "Arthur, good morning. To what do I owe the pleasure? I thought you had a major client presentation this afternoon." Mr. Harrison's voice was crisp, efficient, leaving no room for preamble. "Good morning, Mr. Harrison," Arthur began, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands, which he clasped behind his back. "I do, and I'm fully prepared, but I wanted to speak with you about something more personal and professionally vital before I begin my day. Mr. Harrison raised an eyebrow, a rare display of curiosity. Personal and vital. That's an intriguing combination, Arthur. Take a seat. He gestured to the plush leather chair opposite his desk. Arthur sat, taking a deep breath. Mr. Harrison, as you know, I've been with the firm for many years, and I've always prided myself on my dedication, my commitment to exceeding expectations. Indeed, Arthur, your track record is exemplary. You're one of our most valued assets. Always the first to arrive, the last to leave. A true company man, if I may say so. The compliment, once a source of pride, now felt like a heavy chain. Thank you, sir, and I appreciate that. But that company man persona has come at a significant cost to my personal life, to my family. I've realized very recently and very profoundly that I've been sacrificing what truly matters, my wife, my children, my own well-being, on the altar of corporate ambition. Arthur met Mr. Harrison's gaze unflinching. Mr. Harrison leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. Arthur, I understand the demands of this business. We all make sacrifices. It's the price of success, isn't it? Perhaps it is for some, Arthur conceded, but I've come to understand that it's a price I'm no longer willing to pay. My family needs me. My children need their father. My wife, she needs her husband, not just a tired, distracted shadow who occasionally passes through the house. He paused, gathering his thoughts. So I'm here to request a significant adjustment to my working hours. I need to cut back on overtime. I need to be able to leave the office at a reasonable time, to be present for my family. Mr. Harrison's expression hardened, a familiar look Arthur had seen when employees dared to challenge the established corporate ethos. Arthur, with all due respect, you're a middle manager. Your role demands flexibility. We're in a competitive market. Clients don't care about your family dinner plans. They care about results, about responsiveness. And I will continue to deliver results, sir, Arthur countered, his voice firm. I believe I can be even more efficient, more focused, when I'm not constantly teetering on the edge of burnout. I'm not asking for a reduction in my core responsibilities or a cut in my salary. I'm asking for a reprioritization of my time. I will streamline processes, delegate more effectively, and ensure that my team is empowered to handle tasks that previously fell solely to me late into the night. Mr. Harrison stared at him for a long moment, a silent battle of wills playing out across the polished desk. Arthur, we value your contributions, but this kind of request, it sets a precedent. It sends a message. What will other managers think if our top performer suddenly decides to clock out at 5? It sends a message that this company values its employees' well-being, sir, Arthur replied, seizing the opportunity, that it understands the importance of work-life balance. It sends a message that a dedicated employee can still be highly effective without sacrificing his entire personal life. I believe it could be a positive precedent, Mr. Harrison, a model even, for how we retain our best talent in an increasingly demanding world. Mr. Harrison leaned forward, placing his hands on the desk. This is highly unusual, Arthur, and frankly, a little inconvenient. We have a lot riding on your team's performance this quarter, and I am confident that my team, under my focused leadership, will meet and exceed those expectations, Arthur stated, his gaze unwavering. I'm not asking for less responsibility, sir. I'm asking for a different way to manage it. I've given this company my all for years. Now I need to give my family my all, and I believe I can do both effectively. The CEO sighed, a long, drawn-out sound. Give me a day, Arthur. I'll need to think about this. Consult with HR. But I won't lie, this is a significant deviation from what we expect and what we've always received from you. I understand, sir, Arthur said, rising, and I appreciate your consideration. I'll be ready for the presentation this afternoon. He turned to leave, feeling a surge of exhilaration. He had done it, the first, most daunting step. As he walked back to his office, he realized he wasn't just setting boundaries for himself. He was, in a small way, challenging the very culture that had consumed him. It felt liberating, empowering. That evening, after a rare, relaxed family dinner where he actually listened to Daniel's detailed explanation of his synth project and helped Lily build a towering Lego castle, Arthur sat down with Evelyn. "So, how did it go with Mr. Harrison?" she asked, her voice a little anxious. Arthur smiled. "He's thinking about it. But I made my case, and I stood my ground. It felt good, Ev. Really good." "I'm proud of you, Arthur," she said, reaching for his hand. "That took a lot of courage." "It did," he admitted, "but it was worth it. Every word." He then turned to the other, equally daunting task. "Now, there's something else I need to do. Something I should have done decades ago." Evelyn looked at him, a question in her eyes. "Joseph," he said, the name a whisper. "My best friend. The one I lost to pride and a foolish misunderstanding. I need to find him, Ev. I need to apologize." Evelyn's eyes softened. "Oh, Arthur, I remember Joseph. He was such a good friend to you. I always felt so sad about what happened." "Me too," Arthur confessed, "and I've carried that regret for so long. But I saw it all again last night. How stupid we were. How much pride cost us. I can't live with that anymore. I need to mend that broken bond." "How will you find him?" she asked gently. "It's been so many years." "I've already started," Arthur replied, pulling out his laptop. "I've been doing some digging online today in between meetings. It's amazing what you can find these days. I found an old article about a tech startup in Silicon Valley, founded by a Joseph Carter. The age, the description, it matches. I think it's him, Ev, I really do." His voice was filled with a mix of trepidation and hope. "Silicon Valley. That's a long way from here," Evelyn noted. "Distance doesn't matter anymore," Arthur said, his gaze firm. "I'm going to send him an email, a long, heartfelt email, and if he responds, I'm going to go see him. Whatever it takes." He spent the next hour carefully crafting the email, every word chosen with deliberate care, every sentence imbued with the weight of decades of unspoken regret. He laid bare his heart, acknowledging his pride, his fault, the pain of the misunderstanding, and the profound loss of their friendship. He didn't ask for forgiveness. He simply offered his truth, his remorse, and his enduring affection. He read it aloud to Evelyn. "Is it too much? Too pathetic?" Evelyn listened intently, a tear tracing a path down her cheek. "It's perfect, Arthur. It's honest, it's you, and it's brave." He hit send, a profound sense of relief washing over him. The email, a small digital message, carried the weight of a lifetime. He knew there was no guarantee of a response, no certainty that Joseph would even read it, let alone forgive him. But he had done his part. He had taken the first step towards mending a broken bond, towards healing a wound that had festered for far too long. The next few days were a strange mixture of anticipation and renewed focus. Arthur received a surprisingly positive response from Mr. Harrison, who, after consultation with HR, agreed to a trial period for his adjusted hours, citing Arthur's exemplary past performance and the potential for a new, more sustainable model of leadership. It was a small victory, but a significant one, a tangible sign that his new path was indeed possible. He began cutting back on his overtime, leaving the office promptly at 5 p.m., much to the bewildered looks of his colleagues. He spent his evenings at home, truly present, helping Daniel with his soundscapes, building Lego castles with Lily, and, most importantly, simply being with Evelyn. He listened to her day, shared his own, and rediscovered the quiet joy of their shared companionship. The silence from Joseph, however, was deafening. Days turned into a week, then 2, and still no reply. Arthur felt a familiar pang of disappointment, the old fear of rejection creeping back in. Had he waited too long? Was the wound too deep? Had Joseph simply moved on, leaving their shared past behind? Evelyn, sensing his quiet despair, gently reminded him, "He might be busy, Arthur. Or perhaps he needs time. You dropped a lifetime of regret on him in one email. That's a lot to process." "I know," Arthur sighed, running a hand through his hair. "But I hoped he'd be as eager to mend things as I am." Then, one evening, as he was helping Lily with her homework, his phone buzzed. A new email from Joseph Carter. His heart leaped into his throat. He opened it, his hands trembling slightly. The subject line was simple. An apology. The email itself was short, concise, but every word resonated with the weight of their shared history. "Arthur, I got your email. It took me a while to read it, and even longer to process. You're right, it was foolish, all of it. And my pride was just as stubborn as yours. I've thought about you often over the years, wondered what happened, wondered if we'd ever talk again. I'm in town next month for a conference. There's a quiet little pub near the old university campus called the Quill and Pint. Do you remember it? Meet me there, Thursday the 17th at 7 p.m. Just us, Joseph." Arthur stared at the screen, a profound sense of relief washing over him, so potent it almost brought him to tears. He had dared to hope, and his hope had been answered. The path to mending a broken bond, to healing an old wound, was opening before him. He knew it wouldn't be easy, that there would be awkwardness, perhaps even lingering resentment. But the first, most crucial step had been taken. Joseph had responded, and that, in itself, was a miracle. He looked up, meeting Evelyn's anxious gaze. "He replied," Arthur whispered, a profound smile spreading across his face. "He wants to meet." Evelyn's eyes filled with tears, tears of relief, of joy. "Oh, Arthur, that's wonderful! That's truly wonderful!" She embraced him, her heart overflowing. The journey of his rebirth was truly underway, touching not just his own life, but slowly, gently, beginning to heal the old wounds and renew the precious connections that formed the very fabric of his existence. The Thursday evening of the 17th arrived cloaked in a crisp autumn chill, the kind that bites at the exposed skin but invigorates the spirit. Arthur, dressed in a comfortable yet smart casual shirt and dark trousers, stood outside the Quill and Pint, a quaint, dimly lit pub near the old university campus. The familiar scent of hops and old wood smoke wafted from its open door, stirring a forgotten memory of youthful exuberance and endless possibilities. His heart hammered a nervous rhythm against his ribs, a mixture of trepidation and a deep, yearning hope. It had been over 20 years since he last saw Joseph, 20 years since their friendship had shattered into 1,000 pieces over a foolish misunderstanding and an even more foolish pride. He pushed open the heavy wooden door, the faint jingle of a bell announcing his entrance. The pub was exactly as he remembered it, dark, cozy, filled with the murmur of low conversations and the clinking of glasses. He scanned the room, his gaze settling on a figure seated at a corner booth, silhouetted against the warm glow of a stained glass window. Joseph. He was older, of course. The thick black hair now bore subtle silver strands at the temples, and his face, once boyishly smooth, was etched with the lines of experience, a testament to years of struggle and success. But the broad shoulders, the way he held his head, the faint hint of a perpetual smirk, It was unmistakably Joseph. Arthur felt a sudden, overwhelming rush of emotion, relief, nostalgia, and a sharp pang of regret for all the lost years. Joseph looked up, his expressive brown eyes meeting Arthur's. A moment of silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken history. Then a slow smile spread across Joseph's face, a genuine, warm smile that reached his eyes, erasing the years of distance and resentment. He stood up, his posture still exuding an entrepreneurial confidence, but his eyes held a vulnerability Arthur hadn't seen since their teenage years. "Miller," Joseph said, his voice deeper, richer than Arthur remembered, but still carrying that familiar, good-natured rasp. He extended a hand, then, with a sudden, decisive movement, pulled Arthur into a firm, almost bone-crushing hug. "It's been a hell of a long time, old friend." Arthur returned the hug with equal fervor, a profound sense of relief washing over him. "It has, Joe, a hell of a long time." He pulled back, his eyes watering slightly. "You haven't changed a bit. Still the same charming rogue." Joseph chuckled, his eyes twinkling. "And you, Arthur? Still the same thoughtful, brooding intellectual. Though I detect a bit less brooding these days, perhaps." He gestured to the booth. "Sit, sit. What'll you have? I've already got a pint of the local ale, still as good as I remember." They settled into the booth, the worn leather cool beneath them. The initial awkwardness, the weight of 2 decades of silence, began to dissipate, replaced by the comfortable rhythm of 2 old friends reconnecting. "So?" Joseph began, taking a sip of his beer, his gaze steady. "Your email." "That was quite something, Arthur. I read it about 10 times. Almost deleted it the first time, actually. Thought it was spam, some elaborate phishing scam." He grinned, a flash of his old mischievousness. Arthur managed a wry smile. "I wouldn't blame you. It took me a long time to write, even longer to send." "You laid it all out there," Joseph continued, his tone serious now. "The pride, the misunderstanding, the regret. And I appreciate that, Arthur, more than you know." He paused, swirling the foam in his glass. "Because I did the same. I carried my own share of pride, my own stubborn resentment, and I let a stupid rumor and my own insecurities destroy a friendship that meant the world to me." Arthur felt a lump form in his throat. "I heard the truth, Joe, about Sarah, about how she stirred things up. My mom actually told me after you guys had already moved." Joseph nodded slowly. "Yeah, my mom heard it too. She actually tried to get me to call you, said it was all a misunderstanding. But I was young and angry and stupid. I thought you were trying to show me up. I thought you were better than me. And I was so tired of feeling like I was always in your shadow, always the sidekick to your genius." His voice softened. "It wasn't fair, Arthur. To you. To us." "It wasn't fair to either of us, Joe," Arthur agreed, his voice thick with emotion. "I was just as stubborn. I was hurt that you believed a rumor over our friendship, and I let my pride keep me silent too. I waited for you to reach out to apologize because I thought you were the one who owed it, and then it was too late." He took a deep breath. "I should have come after you, Joe. I should have fought for our friendship. I should have swallowed my pride and begged for your forgiveness, even if I thought I was in the right. The friendship was always worth more than any argument." Joseph reached across the table, placing a hand on Arthur's arm. "And I should have listened to my mom. I should have given you the benefit of the doubt. I always knew you weren't malicious, Arthur. Just sometimes a little too smart for your own good." He laughed, a genuine, hearty laugh. "God, I missed you, man, I really did." "I missed you too, Joe," Arthur confessed, a tear finally escaping and tracing a path down his cheek. "More than you know. It's been a void, a missing piece, all these years. They talked for hours, the conversation flowing easily, effortlessly, as if no time had passed at all. They spoke of their lives, their separate journeys. Joseph recounted his early struggles as an entrepreneur, the countless failures, the near bankruptcy, and then the eventual breakthrough with his tech startup, his eyes alight with passion. "It was crazy, Arthur," Joseph said, leaning forward, his voice animated. "So many times I wanted to give up, to just go get a stable job like you did. But something kept pushing me. That same wild dream we had as kids, to change the world, to build something new. I saw it in my reflections," Arthur admitted, choosing his words carefully, still not ready to reveal the full, fantastical truth of his journey. "The path you took, the risks, I admired it, even envied it from afar." "And you, my friend," Joseph said, his gaze softening, "you built your own empire, in its own way. A stable, secure life for your family. That's no small feat, Arthur, especially with 2 kids. Arthur nodded. "It came at a cost, though, Joe. I lost sight of what truly mattered. I became a slave to the spreadsheets, to the deadlines, to the endless pursuit of more. I almost lost my family, almost lost myself in the process." He recounted his recent epiphany, the profound realization of his true wealth. Joseph listened intently, his expression thoughtful. "That's a hell of a lesson to learn, Arthur, but it sounds like you learned it well, and it takes a brave man to admit that, to want to change." "It took a kick in the pants from a very powerful source," Arthur said, a small knowing smile on his face, "and the unwavering love of my wife, Evelyn." "Evelyn!" Joseph exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "How is she? I always liked Evelyn. She was so kind, so steady. A good woman, Arthur. You were lucky to find her." "I know," Arthur said, his heart swelling with gratitude. "More than lucky. She's been my rock, my everything, and I've been a fool, but I'm trying to make it right, Joe. I'm cutting back on work, making time for them. For her." They spoke of their children, their dreams, their anxieties. Joseph, who had never married, spoke of his nieces and nephews with a fondness that surprised Arthur. He realized that beneath the successful entrepreneur, the adventurous spirit, Joseph still carried the same warmth, the same capacity for deep connection he had known as a boy. "So, what's next for you, Arthur Miller?" Joseph asked, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Now that you've had this grand epiphany, are you going to quit your corporate gig and become a philosopher king?" Arthur laughed. "Not quite. But I'm going to live differently, more present, more grateful. And I'm going to make sure that the people I love know how much they mean to me, every single day." He paused, a new thought forming. "And I'm going to make sure I don't lose touch with you again, old friend, no matter what." "Deal," Joseph said, raising his pint. "To renewed friendships, to not being stupid again." "To not being stupid again," Arthur echoed, clinking his glass against Joseph's. The ale tasted sweeter, richer, imbued with the joy of a bond restored, a wound healed. They talked until the pub emptied, until the bartender started stacking chairs, until the last vestiges of the night began to give way to the promise of dawn. As they walked out into the cool night air, a comfortable silence settled between them, a silence born not of estrangement, but of a deep, abiding understanding. "So this conference you're here for," Arthur began, breaking the silence. "What's it about?" Joseph grinned. "Oh, just the usual tech jargon. But I'm actually giving a keynote on the future of AI and sustainable energy. Pretty exciting stuff." AI in sustainable energy. Arthur's eyes lit up, his old intellectual curiosity reignited. "That sounds incredible. Tell me more. I've been reading a lot about the ethical implications of AI lately, but the energy applications, that's a whole different ballgame." Joseph launched into an animated explanation, his passion for his work infectious. Arthur listened, truly listened, asking thoughtful questions, engaging with an enthusiasm he hadn't felt in years. He realized, with a sudden surge of understanding, that his old intellectual curiosity hadn't died. It had merely been dormant, buried under layers of corporate drudgery. And now, in the presence of his rekindled friendship, it was beginning to stir, to awaken. As they parted ways, a profound sense of peace settled over Arthur. The void in his heart, the one left by the loss of his friendship, was finally beginning to fill. He knew it would take time to fully rebuild, to fully heal, but the first, most crucial step had been taken. He had faced his past, acknowledged his pride, and offered his truth. And in return, he had been met with understanding, forgiveness, and the unwavering warmth of a bond that had proven resilient enough to withstand the test of time and the foolishness of youth. He walked home not just with a lighter step, but with a lighter heart, ready to embrace the future, armed with the wisdom of his past and the renewed strength of his connections. The reunion with Joseph had been a balm to Arthur's soul, a profound healing that rippled through his very being. The weight of unspoken words, of decades of regret, had lifted, leaving him feeling lighter, more whole than he had in years. He carried that lightness, that renewed sense of connection, back into his daily life, eager to apply the lessons he had learned, not just to his family, but to every relationship that had suffered from his past blindness. His first tangible step was a commitment to rekindle the bonds with his sister Rachel, who, despite their divergent paths, had always remained a touchstone of honesty and unwavering support. He found Rachel, as he often did, amidst the comforting aroma of coffee and old books at her bookstore cafe. The space was a reflection of her, eclectic, vibrant, filled with the quiet hum of conversations and the rustle of turning pages. She was perched on a stool behind the counter, her chin-length wavy brown hair tucked behind her ears, a pair of reading glasses perched on her nose as she meticulously organized a new shipment of literary fiction. "Well, well, if it isn't the corporate titan himself," Rachel said, looking up, a mischievous glint in her striking blue eyes. "To what do we owe this unexpected pleasure? Did you finally decide to trade your spreadsheets for sonnets?" Arthur smiled, a genuine, easy smile that reached his eyes. "Something like that, Rach, though I doubt my boss would approve of the career change just yet." He leaned against the counter, observing the cozy chaos of her cafe. "Looks like business is booming. Good for you." "It has its moments," she admitted, pushing her glasses up onto her head. "But it's mine. Every single chaotic, caffeine-fueled moment. Unlike some people I know who spend their lives building empires for someone else." Her words, once a subtle barb, now felt like a gentle invitation for honesty. "You're right," Arthur conceded, meeting her gaze, "and I've spent too long doing just that. But I'm trying to change that, Rach. Really trying." Rachel studied him, her sharp eyes missing nothing. "I can see it, Arthur. There's a difference. You look lighter, less like you're carrying the weight of the entire financial world on your shoulders." "I've had a bit of an epiphany, you could say," Arthur began, choosing his words carefully, still navigating the delicate balance between truth and the unbelievable. "A profound realization about what truly matters, about what I've been missing, and about what I've taken for granted." "Oh, do tell," Rachel prompted, leaning forward, her interest piqued. "This sounds like it could be a very good story. Is it better than the time you accidentally dyed Mom's prize-winning poodle purple?" Arthur chuckled, the memory of his childhood mischief bringing a warmth to his chest. it's certainly more profound. And it involves me finally seeing you, Rach, for the incredible, courageous, independent woman you are. And me for the oblivious, sometimes judgmental older brother I've been. Rachel's expression softened, a rare vulnerability in her usually guarded demeanor. Arthur, what are you talking about? I'm talking about how much I admire you, he said, his voice earnest. How you had the courage to follow your own path, to build something from the ground up, fueled by passion, not just profit. While I was chasing promotions and perceived security, you were building a community, a space that nourishes minds and souls. I used to worry about your financial stability, about your unconventional choices. I saw it through the lens of my own corporate conditioning, my own anxieties. But I was wrong. You've always known what true wealth is, haven't you? Rachel looked away for a moment, her eyes misting slightly. It wasn't always easy, Arthur. There were times I thought I'd lose everything. Times I wished I had taken the safer path, like you. She turned back to him, a wry smile playing on her lips. But then I'd walk in here, smell the coffee, see someone lost in a book, and I'd remember why I started. And I'd think of you, my big brother, always so responsible, always providing. And I'd tell myself, well, at least someone in the family has their head screwed on straight. And I thought the same of you, Rach, Arthur admitted, a sad smile on his face. I envied your freedom, your passion, even as I secretly worried about your lack of a safety net. I was so focused on providing a net that I forgot to teach myself how to fly. So, what's changed? Rachel asked, her gaze gentle, probing. This isn't just about me, is it? No, Arthur confessed. It's about everything. It's about Evelyn, and Daniel, and Lily. It's about Joseph. I actually reconnected with him last night. Rachel gasped. Joseph? You're Joseph? Oh, Arthur, that's wonderful. How is he? What did he say? Her excitement was palpable. He's good. He's a tech entrepreneur in Silicon Valley. And he's still Joseph. And we talked. Really talked. And we apologized. Both of us. It was a huge weight off my shoulders. I can only imagine, Rachel said, her voice soft. I always felt so sad about that. You two were inseparable. We were, Arthur agreed, and we're rebuilding. But it made me realize how much I've let slip, how many connections I've allowed to wither simply because I was too busy, too tired, too absorbed in my own perceived struggles. He reached across the counter and took her hand, a gesture of profound affection. I want to change that, Rach. I want to be present. For you. For everyone. I want to be the brother you deserve, not just the one who occasionally sends a Christmas card. Rachel squeezed his hand, a rare, unguarded tear rolling down her cheek. You always were the brother I deserved, Arthur. You just sometimes got a little lost in the corporate jungle. But you're back now, and that's all that matters. They talked for a long time, sharing stories, laughter, and a few more tears. Arthur spoke of his new resolve to cut back on work, to prioritize his family, to rediscover his own intellectual curiosity. Rachel, in turn, shared her dreams for the cafe, her struggles, her triumphs, her insights into the human condition she observed daily in her unique little haven. The conversation was easy, flowing, a deep well of shared history and renewed understanding. You know, Rachel said, stirring her coffee, Mum and Dad would be so proud of you, Arthur. Not just for your success, but for this, for finding your way back to what truly matters. I hope so, Arthur whispered, a profound sense of peace settling over him. He felt their presence, their gentle warmth, in the quiet spaces of his heart. Later that week, Arthur initiated another important conversation, this time with his son Daniel. He found Daniel in his room, headphones on, hunched over his computer, a complex digital art piece glowing on the screen. "Hey, son," Arthur said, gently knocking on the open door. Daniel removed his headphones, a flicker of surprise in his grey-blue eyes. "Hey, Dad. What's up?" "Just wanted to see what you were working on," Arthur said, stepping into the room. He looked at the screen, a mesmerizing blend of abstract shapes and intricate patterns, pulsating with a subtle, almost organic rhythm. "This is incredible, Daniel. It's so vibrant, so alive." Daniel's usual guardedness softened slightly. "Thanks, Dad. It's a new piece I'm trying out, combining some of my synth sounds with visual elements." "The futuristic soundscape for your short film?" Arthur prompted, remembering their breakfast conversation. Daniel nodded. "Yeah, I'm still figuring out the narrative, but I want the visuals to tell a story on their own, too." "That's a really ambitious project, Daniel," Arthur said, genuinely impressed. "And you're clearly very talented. I mean, look at the detail here, the way the colors interact. It's truly professional quality." Daniel actually blushed, a rare sight. "Thanks, Dad. I've been working on it for a while. Sometimes I feel like I'm just wasting my time, though, with all the pressure to get good grades to focus on practical subjects." "You're not wasting your time, Daniel," Arthur said, his voice firm, resonating with his own past regrets. "This is your passion, this is your gift, and it's incredibly valuable. Your grades are important, yes, but nurturing your creativity, your unique vision, that's just as vital, if not more so. Don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise, especially not me." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "I know I haven't always encouraged this side of you as much as I should have. I've been distracted, focused on my own things, and I'm sorry for that, son. I want to be more present, more supportive of your dreams, whatever they are." Daniel looked at him, his eyes searching, a flicker of something raw and hopeful passing between them. "You really mean that, Dad? You're not just saying it?" "I really mean it, Daniel," Arthur affirmed, meeting his gaze. "From now on, I want to be here for your art, for your music, for whatever you choose to pursue. And if you ever want to talk about your projects or just about life, I'm here, whenever you need me." Daniel, usually so reserved, did something unexpected. He turned from his computer, and for the first time in a long time, he embraced his father. It was a brief, slightly awkward hug, but it spoke volumes. Arthur held him tightly, feeling the familiar warmth of his son, a connection that had been strained by years of unspoken distance, now slowly beginning to mend. "Thanks, Dad," Daniel mumbled into his shoulder. That means a lot." Arthur pulled back, a profound sense of peace settling over him. He knew that rebuilding these bridges would take time, patience, and consistent effort. It wouldn't be a single dramatic event, but a series of small, intentional steps, one conversation at a time. But he was ready. He was finally ready to be the father, the brother, the husband, the friend he had always wanted to be, but had somehow lost along the way. The world hadn't changed, but his perception of it had, and with it his place within it. He was no longer just existing. He was truly living, one heartfelt connection at a time. The conversations with Joseph and Rachel had been deeply cathartic for Arthur, releasing years of pent-up regret and unspoken affection. But the most profound shift, the most consistent and conscious effort, was directed towards his immediate family, towards Evelyn, Daniel, and Lily. He had made a vow to live more slowly, to be truly present, and he approached this commitment with the same meticulous dedication he once applied to his spreadsheets, albeit with a far greater sense of joy. His new work schedule, while still demanding, allowed him to leave the office promptly at 5 p.m. most days. The initial bewilderment of his colleagues had given way to a grudging respect, especially after Mr. Harrison, in a company-wide memo, subtly endorsed Arthur's innovative approach to work-life integration, carefully sidestepping the fact that Arthur had practically forced his hand. Arthur knew it was a delicate balance, but he was determined to prove that efficiency and presence were not mutually exclusive. The first few evenings were a revelation. He arrived home not with a sigh of exhaustion, but with a genuine smile. The children, initially wary of this new, attentive father, slowly began to warm to his presence. Lily especially revelled in his newfound availability. "Daddy, you're home!" she shrieked one evening, abandoning her colouring book and launching herself into his arms. "Will you play princesses with me? You can be the grumpy king who secretly loves tea parties." Arthur, who would once have mumbled an excuse about needing to check emails, now scooped her up, his heart swelling with a warmth he hadn't realized he'd been missing. A grumpy king who secretly loves tea parties? Sounds like my kind of role, but only if the princesses serve imaginary cake. He spent the next hour on the floor of Lily's room, enduring the endless narratives of her dolls, sipping imaginary tea from tiny plastic cups and offering royal decrees about the importance of glitter. He listened to her elaborate stories, asked questions about her fantastical characters, and found himself genuinely absorbed in her vibrant, uninhibited imagination. He laughed, a deep, unrestrained laugh that surprised even himself, and saw Lily's eyes sparkle with pure joy. Later, as Evelyn tucked Lily into bed, Arthur found himself in the kitchen washing dishes, a task he usually avoided with expert precision. Evelyn walked in, a soft smile on her face. "You know," she said, leaning against the doorframe, "I think that's the first time you've played with Lily like that in years." She absolutely adored it. "I adored it too, Ev," he admitted, turning off the tap. "I've missed so much, so many moments, and she's growing up so fast." He turned to her, his gaze earnest. "I want to be here for it all. The tea parties, the scraped knees, the endless questions, all of it." Evelyn walked over and wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head on his back. "You already are, Arthur. Just by being present. That's all she's ever wanted." He turned in her embrace, holding her close. "And you, Ev? What about you? What do you want? What dreams have you put on hold that we can rekindle?" She looked up at him, her green eyes thoughtful. "Well, I've been thinking. I saw an advertisement for a part-time accounting course at the local community college, just to brush up on my skills, you know, and maybe eventually pick up some freelance work, just a few hours a week. Something for me." "Do it," Arthur said immediately, his voice firm. "Absolutely do it. Whatever you need, whatever support I can give, it's yours. It's your turn, Ev. It's time for you to pursue your passions again." She smiled, a genuine, radiant smile that made his heart leap. "You really mean that?" "With all my heart," he affirmed, kissing her forehead. "We're a team, remember? And a team is only as strong as its individual players." The next few weeks were filled with these small yet significant changes. Family dinners became a sacred ritual, a time for shared stories and genuine connection, free from the distraction of phones or the looming shadow of work. Arthur asked Daniel about his day, not just about his grades, but about his friends, his creative projects, his thoughts on the world. He engaged in thoughtful conversations, truly listening, offering encouragement rather than unsolicited advice. One evening, Daniel surprised him by bringing his laptop to the living room. "Dad, can I show you something?" Arthur looked up from the book he was reading, a novel Rachel had recommended. "Of course, son. What is it?" Daniel opened a file revealing a short animated sequence he had created, set to a piece of his own synth music. It was a hauntingly beautiful abstract narrative, a dance of light and shadow, sound and color. "Wow, Daniel," Arthur breathed, genuinely impressed. That's really powerful. The way the visuals synchronize with the music, it's incredibly evocative. What's it about?" Daniel hesitated, then looked at his father, a rare vulnerability in his eyes. "It's about feeling lost, and then finding your way, about the noise of the world, and trying to find your own voice within it." Arthur's heart ached with understanding. He recognized the sentiment, the struggle of a young soul trying to navigate a complex world, a struggle he himself had only recently emerged from. "You've captured that beautifully, son. The sense of yearning, of searching. It's a very mature piece. Have you shown this to anyone else?" "No," Daniel admitted. "Just you. And Mom, a little bit. I wasn't sure if it was good enough, or if anyone would even understand it." "It's more than good enough, Daniel," Arthur said, his voice firm. "It's exceptional, and I understand it. Your mom understands it, and I'm sure there are countless others who would connect with it too. You have a unique voice, son. Don't ever be afraid to share it." He spent the rest of the evening talking with Daniel, discussing his creative process, offering to help him research animation software, even suggesting a few books on visual storytelling. The conversation flowed easily, effortlessly, bridging the gap that had once felt so vast. Daniel, usually reserved, opened up, sharing his dreams, his anxieties, his hopes for the future. Arthur saw the creative spark in his son, the nascent talent that had been waiting for validation, for encouragement, and he vowed to be the father who would fan that flame, not inadvertently extinguish it. With Lily, it was a different kind of joy. He rediscovered the simple pleasure of reading bedtime stories, of inventing silly voices for the characters, of answering her endless imaginative questions about the universe. He helped her with her art projects, not by doing them for her, but by providing materials, offering suggestions, and most importantly, by praising her unique vision. One Saturday morning, Lily burst into his study, a flurry of colorful drawings clutched in her hand. "Daddy, Daddy, look! I drew you a flying unicorn for your office, and it's wearing a tiny crown because you're the king of tea parties." Arthur took the drawing, a vibrant explosion of glitter and crayon, a testament to Lily's boundless imagination. He saw the tiny, carefully drawn crown on the unicorn's head, a nod to their shared secret. His heart swelled. "It's perfect, sweetie. Absolutely perfect. I'll frame it and put it right on my desk. Everyone will see it." "Even Mr. Harrison?" Lily asked, her eyes wide. "Especially Mr. Harrison," Arthur affirmed, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. "He needs a little more magic in his life." He actually did frame it, placing it prominently on his desk at work, a small, vibrant rebellion against the sterile corporate environment. It became a quiet reminder of his renewed purpose, a beacon of joy amidst the spreadsheets and reports. His colleagues, initially perplexed, eventually grew accustomed to it, some even commenting on its cheerful presence. He also made time for his own neglected passions. He started reading again, not just business reports, but novels, history books, even some poetry. He rediscovered the joy of learning, the thrill of exploring new ideas, a part of himself he had thought long dead. He and Evelyn started taking long walks together in the evenings, just talking, sharing their thoughts, reconnecting on a deeper level. "It's amazing, Arthur," Evelyn said one evening, as they walked hand in hand through their quiet neighborhood. "It's like I have my husband back, the man I fell in love with." "He was always here, Ev," Arthur replied, squeezing her hand. "Just a little lost, a little blind." But you always kept the light on. You always believed. And you always came home, she whispered, leaning her head on his shoulder. That's what matters. He knew it wasn't a fairy tale ending, that challenges would still arise, that old habits would sometimes try to reassert themselves. But he also knew he had been given a precious gift, the chance to see his life anew, to appreciate the profound beauty and richness that had always been there, waiting to be acknowledged. He no longer needed a reset button. He had found his own rebirth, not in a new beginning, but in a renewed appreciation for the life he already had, a life rich with love, connection, and the quiet joy of being present. The world, once a monotonous grey landscape, now shimmered with a vibrant, living grace, and he was finally ready to embrace it, fully and wholeheartedly. Arthur's transformation, a quiet revolution born from a profound epiphany, began to ripple outward, touching the lives of those around him in unexpected ways. His commitment to living more slowly, to being truly present, wasn't just an internal shift. It manifested in tangible actions that altered the dynamics of his home, his workplace, and his wider circle of connections. The peace that now settled within him was contagious, a subtle energy that began to infuse the very atmosphere of his life. At home, the change was most palpable. Evelyn, emboldened by Arthur's unwavering support, enrolled in the part-time accounting course she had dreamed of. She approached her studies with a renewed vigor. Her mind, once solely focused on household management, now engaged in the stimulating world of debits and credits. Arthur would often find her poring over textbooks in the evenings, a faint smile on her lips, and he would offer to help with the children or simply sit beside her, reading his own book, sharing a quiet companionship that felt more intimate than any grand gesture. "You know, Arthur," Evelyn said one evening, looking up from her textbook, her brow furrowed in concentration, "this is harder than I remember. The tax codes have changed so much, but it's also exhilarating. It feels good to use this part of my brain again." "I'm proud of you, Ev," Arthur replied, closing his book. "You always were incredibly sharp with numbers, and you'll pick it up quickly. You always do." He leaned over, gently kissing her forehead. "And if you ever need a study partner, you know where to find me. Though I might be a little rusty on the finer points of corporate tax law, just having you here, truly here, makes all the difference," she confessed, a soft warmth in her eyes. "It's like I have the space to breathe again, to be myself, not just Mom or Mrs. Miller." Daniel, seeing his mother's renewed sense of purpose and his father's genuine engagement, found a new confidence in pursuing his own creative endeavors. He started sharing his digital art and music with a wider audience online, receiving encouraging feedback that fueled his passion. Arthur, true to his word, became his biggest champion, helping him set up a small home studio, researching affordable software, and even attending a local indie music showcase where Daniel's work was featured. "Dad, you really don't have to come," Daniel had said, a hint of awkwardness in his voice. "It's just a small, local thing, probably just a few friends." "Nonsense," Arthur had insisted, a genuine smile on his face. "I wouldn't miss it for the world. Besides, I need to see my son's genius in action, and maybe buy you a burger afterwards to celebrate." At the showcase, Arthur watched with a swelling heart as Daniel, usually so reserved, spoke confidently about his art, his music, his vision. He saw the pride in Daniel's eyes, the quiet satisfaction of sharing his passion, and he knew, with a profound certainty, that he was doing something right. Lily, meanwhile, continued to blossom under their renewed attention. Her flying unicorn drawing, prominently displayed in Arthur's office, became a conversation starter, a gentle reminder to his colleagues that there was a vibrant, imaginative world beyond spreadsheets. He continued to participate in her tea parties, her doll adventures, her endless games, finding immense joy in her boundless energy and uninhibited spirit. One afternoon, during a particularly intense tea party where Arthur, as the grumpy king, was negotiating a peace treaty with a mischievous goblin doll, Lily looked at him with wide, earnest eyes. "Daddy, you're so much fun now. Are you going to be this fun forever?" Arthur hugged her tightly, inhaling the sweet scent of her hair. "I'm going to try my very best, sweetie, because being with you, being present, is the most fun I can imagine." At work, Arthur's new approach initially caused a stir. His colleagues, accustomed to his relentless work ethic, were surprised by his new boundaries. But as they saw him maintain his high level of performance, while also leaving on time, a subtle shift began to occur. Some, particularly the younger employees with families, started to approach him cautiously, asking for advice on how to manage their own work-life balance. "Arthur," Olivia said one afternoon, catching him as he was packing up his bag at 4:55 p.m. "Can I ask you something?" "Of course, Olivia," he replied, his tone friendly but firm. "I've noticed you've been leaving on time a lot lately," she began, a hint of curiosity in her voice. "And yet, your team's numbers are still excellent. In fact, they're up. How do you do it?" Her usual polished demeanor seemed to crack slightly, revealing a hint of genuine struggle beneath. "I mean, I'm putting in 12-hour days and I still feel like I'm drowning. And I don't even have kids yet." Arthur paused, considering his words carefully. He remembered his own past resentment, his own weariness. "It's about prioritization, Olivia, and delegation, and trusting your team. I realized that for years I was trying to do everything myself, believing that only I could do it right, or fast enough. That's a recipe for burnout." He gestured to his desk, meticulously organized with no overflowing in tray. "I've learned to empower my team, to give them more responsibility, to trust their capabilities. And in doing so, I've freed myself up to focus on the truly critical tasks and to be more present for my family." Olivia looked at him, a thoughtful expression on her face. "So it's not about working less, but about working smarter." "Exactly," Arthur affirmed, "and about valuing your time, your well-being, because if you're constantly running on empty, you're not doing anyone any favors, least of all yourself or the company. A burnt-out employee is not an effective employee." He smiled. "Perhaps it's time to find your own flying unicorn, Olivia." She blinked, clearly confused by the last remark, but a flicker of understanding passed through her eyes. "Something to think about, I guess." "Thanks, Arthur." The conversation was small, but significant. Arthur realized that by changing his own behavior, he was inadvertently becoming a role model, a quiet disruptor of the corporate culture he had once so blindly adhered to. He wasn't preaching, he was simply living his truth, and others were beginning to notice. His renewed connection with Joseph also started to bear unexpected fruit. They continued to meet regularly, sometimes for a quick lunch when Joseph was in town, sometimes for long, rambling phone calls that stretched late into the night. Their conversations, once dominated by shared nostalgia, now turned to discussions about their respective fields, their insights, their challenges. "You know, Arthur," Joseph said during one of their calls, his voice animated, "I was thinking about what you said about AI and sustainable energy, and your point about the ethical implications. It really got me thinking. We're so focused on the tech, sometimes we forget the human element, the bigger picture." "It's easy to get lost in the weeds," Arthur agreed, "especially when you're building something revolutionary. But the human impact, the long-term societal implications, those are just as important as the algorithms." "Exactly," Joseph exclaimed, "and that's where your perspective, your analytical mind, but also your your newfound wisdom could be invaluable. We're looking to bring on a new board advisor, someone who can offer a broader strategic vision, not just from a tech perspective, but from a human-centric ethical standpoint, someone who understands the financial implications, but also the societal ones, someone who can challenge our assumptions, push us to think differently. Arthur listened, his mind racing. This wasn't just a casual conversation, it was an invitation, an opportunity. Are you offering me a position, Joe?" he asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "Not a full-time position, not yet," Joseph clarified. "More of a consulting role, a strategic advisor. It's part-time, flexible, but it would be a chance to work on something truly innovative, something that could actually make a difference in the world. And it would leverage your financial acumen, your strategic thinking, but also give you an outlet for that intellectual curiosity you rediscovered." Arthur was silent for a moment, his mind grappling with the implications. It was a risk, a departure from his current stable corporate path, but it was also an opportunity to engage his mind in a way he hadn't in years, to work on something truly meaningful, alongside an old friend on his own terms. "Tell me more, Joe," Arthur said, a spark igniting within him, a familiar thrill of possibility he hadn't felt since his ill-fated entrepreneurial ventures. This time, however, it was different. This time, he wasn't driven by a desperate need for success, but by a genuine desire to contribute, to learn, to grow. This time, he had a firm foundation, a clear sense of purpose, and the unwavering support of his family. The conversation stretched late into the night, filled with animated discussions about AI ethics, sustainable energy, and the potential for real positive change. Arthur felt his mind come alive, his analytical skills sharpened by years of corporate experience, now applied to a field that genuinely excited him. He realized that the opportunities he had once longed for, the chance to make a real impact, were not found in endlessly chasing money, but in understanding and serving the needs of others, in leveraging his strengths for a greater purpose. He understood now that true prosperity wasn't just about the richness of moments, the depth of connections, or the quiet joy of being present. It was also about purpose, about finding meaningful engagement with the world, about contributing to something larger than himself. And sometimes those opportunities arose in the most unexpected ways, through the rekindling of an old friendship, through the simple act of being open to new possibilities. His soul, once weary and dull, now shone with a quiet, profound contentment, infused with a renewed sense of purpose and the exhilarating promise of a future he was now actively, joyfully creating. The world, once a muted wash of grey, now shimmered with a living clarity for Arthur. His life felt like a tapestry being rewoven with richer threads, renewed family ties, a rekindled friendship, and the spark of a new intellectual challenge. And yet, at the quiet edges of this renewal, a tender curiosity lingered. Mia Taylor, his first love in the soft, unconfessed way of youth, sometimes drifted to mind, not as regret, and not with the fantasy that a life with her would have been better, but with a simple wondering, where had life taken her, what had she built? One afternoon, helping Lily with a report on local heroes, they found an old community article online. "Educator of the Year," the headline read. The photo showed a woman with warm brown hair falling in loose curls, soft brown eyes, fair skin, and a gentle, reserved smile. Her blouse and cardigan were elegant and understated. The caption, "Mia Taylor, 42, elementary school teacher, honored for launching a neighborhood literacy garden and mentoring new teachers." "Look, Daddy," Lily said, pointing at the screen. "She looks so kind. Do you think she teaches my friend Jonah?" Arthur felt a wave of recognition, and something like sunlight spreading through an old room. Mia, not a figure frozen in memory, but fully alive in the present. He read about her work, the after-school reading circles, the garden where students labeled herbs with vocabulary words, the weekend book drives. He smiled. "She seems wonderful," Evelyn said, leaning over his shoulder. "She always was," Arthur murmured. He remembered the shy glances, the untouched possibility, the boy he had been. Once during his vision he had asked himself, "If I went back and confessed to that girl, would life be better?" Now he could see the answer more clearly. Mia's life was beautiful because it was hers, woven from her choices, her calling, her love, and his life, with all its turns, had led him here, to Evelyn, just a year younger than Mia, to Daniel and Lily, to this deepening sense of presence and purpose. The next day, Arthur happened to drive near the school in the late afternoon. A hand-lettered sign by the fence read, "Literacy Garden Club, Tuesdays and Thursdays." Near the entrance, someone was pruning a small rose bush, kneeling with gloved hands and a trowel. He parked, hesitated for a heartbeat, then chose connection. "Mia," he called gently. She looked up. Recognition bloomed across her face. "Arthur? Arthur Miller from Ridgeview High?" Her smile warmed the air. "It's me," he said, returning the smile. "It's been a long time." "It has," she said, slipping off one glove to shake his hand. "You look well, less serious than I remember." "Life has a way of rearranging our faces," he said lightly. "I saw the article about your work. Congratulations, Mia. It's remarkable." She laughed softly, a little embarrassed. "They caught me on a day with dirt on my nose, but thank you. The kids love this garden. They read while the bees do their work. It feels honest. You plant what you hope will take root." "It suits you," Arthur said. "Kind, steady, quietly extraordinary." Mia's eyes softened. "And you? What path did you take?" "Finance," he said. "For years. Recently I've been redefining success. I stepped back in some ways, leaned forward in others. I'm married now, met my wife Evelyn in college. We have 2 kids, Daniel and Lily. They're the best part of my day." "She sounds wonderful," Mia said, sincere and warm. "I'm happy for you, Arthur." "How about you?" he asked. "I married a good man," she said. "We have 2 children who keep us laughing and humbled. I still love the classroom. I mentor new teachers, and the garden was my big summer project. It's simple, but it matters." For a moment the afternoon held them in an easy silence, 2 people standing in the garden of their separate lives, both grown from the seeds of a shared youth. "I should tell you something," Arthur said. "Back then I had a crush on you big enough to fill the gymnasium. I never told you. I was too shy." Mia's smile turned wry and tender. "I wondered," she admitted. "But those were the days of unmailed letters, weren't they? We were all afraid of the wrong kind of attention. I remember you as kind, thoughtful. I remember the way you listened. I never regretted any of it." "Me neither," Arthur said. "I used to spin what-ifs in my head. Lately, I'm learning to love the life I actually have. Meeting you like this, it feels like the last knot loosening." Mia glanced at the rosebush, then back at him. "I tell my students this," she said. "We don't live alternate lives. We live the one we tend. I'm glad yours is blooming, Arthur." "Yours too," he said. They parted with a hug that felt like a benediction. In the car, Arthur called Evelyn. "Ev, you'll never guess who I just ran into." "Mia Taylor?" she said, amused. "Your report with Lily did look like fate nudging." "It did," he laughed. "She's doing well. We talked about books and gardens and kids." "And you?" Evelyn asked, her voice soft. "I'm good," he said. "Better than good. That old what-if finally let go. I'm exactly where I want to be, with you. Come home, she said, smiling into the phone. It's pizza night. Lily gets to pick the toppings. As long as she doesn't pick gummy bears, he said. On my way. The evening light slanted across the dashboard as he drove. He felt a quiet, steady peace. Mia was no longer a shimmering, alternate life, but a fellow traveler who had found her way. His past, once a tangle of unrealized possibilities, had become a treasury of threads, each one contributing to the fabric of the man he had become. He had returned to his life, not by erasing what might have been, but by blessing what was. With the ghosts of his past laid to rest, Arthur's focus tightened on the present, on weaving richer, more meaningful threads into the fabric of everyday life. Slowing down, truly listening, and cherishing the small moments became a daily practice, a conscious choice that suffused every interaction. The quiet power of these shared moments, once overlooked in his chase for external success, now filled him with a deep, steady joy. One Saturday morning, a rare, unburdened Saturday, Arthur stood in the kitchen whisking batter from scratch, a task he used to outsource or ignore. The smell of warm batter and sizzling bacon pulled the family in like a tide. Lily, still in pajamas, danced into the room, eyes wide. "Daddy, you're making pancakes, real ones. Can I help? Can I stir?" "Absolutely, Princess," Arthur said, handing her a small whisk. "But only if you keep more in the bowl than on yourself." Lily giggled and stirred with fierce concentration. Daniel drifted in, amused. "What's all this domestic bliss?" he teased from the doorway. "Dad going for Father of the Year?" Arthur flipped a perfectly golden pancake. "Just making up for lost time. Besides, someone has to show you two how a proper breakfast feast is done. Your mother is a genius, but even she leans on the box mix sometimes." Evelyn walked in, smiling as she poured coffee. "Don't let him fool you. Your dad's secret power is burning toast with frightening consistency. A skill I'm actively unlearning," Arthur protested. "Daniel, set the table. And Lily, how about a sprinkle of magic? A secret ingredient?" The kitchen, usually a functional space, became a hub of laughter and light. Arthur watched his children's faces sparkle with simple joy and felt a swell of gratitude. These were the moments he had nearly missed, the quiet treasures that make a life rich. Later, as Evelyn settled with her accounting textbooks, Arthur suggested a family bike ride. Daniel surprised everyone by agreeing, and even offering to help Lily with her training wheels. They pedaled through the neighborhood, tires whispering over fallen leaves. Arthur truly saw the world around him, the blaze of the maples, the shout of kids in their yards, the neighborly waves he once sped past. At the park, he pushed Lily higher and higher on the swing, her delighted shrieks ringing in the bright air. He watched Daniel glide to a stop, then kneel to coach Lily with a gentle patience that softened his usual reserve. Pride rose in Arthur, not just in his children, but in the family they were rebuilding. "You know," Evelyn said, sitting beside him on a bench, eyes on their kids, "this is what I always dreamed of. Just these simple moments, together." "Me too, Ave," he said, taking her hand. "I just got lost for a while, chasing what didn't matter." "But you found your way back," she replied, steady and warm. "That's what counts." Evenings became a time for connection. Arthur would wander to Daniel's room, where melodies unfurled from a keyboard or digital canvases bloomed on a screen. Instead of retreating to his study, Arthur sat and listened, asking real questions. "Daniel," he said one night, after a complex piece finished, "this is sophisticated. The layering, the harmonies, really strong. Have you considered formal lessons, maybe even applying to a music program?" Daniel's fingers hovered. "I've thought about it, but it's a big leap. What if I'm not good enough? And it's not exactly practical. Practicality matters, Arthur said carefully. But so do passion and calling. You have a voice. Don't let anyone, especially not your own doubt, tell you it's not worth pursuing. If this is what you want, we'll find a way. We'll explore options. We'll support you. You mean it? Daniel asked, surprise melting into gratitude. I do, Arthur said, resting a hand on his shoulder. I played it safe for too long. It paid bills, but it left a part of me empty. I don't want that for you. I want you to soar. Something shifted. Daniel started researching programs, experimenting with genres, creating more boldly under the warmth of being seen. Arthur also carved out time for Evelyn. Date nights returned, small, unhurried evenings that let their easy camaraderie and deep affection breathe again. They tried new restaurants, revisited old haunts, or cooked at home, sharing stories and quiet laughter on the porch. I feel like we're falling in love all over again, Evelyn said one night under a spill of stars. Deeper, truer. We are, Arthur said, pulling her close, because I'm truly here this time, truly seeing you. I'm grateful for every moment. His intellect, too, reawakened. Consulting with Joseph's firm part-time on his terms challenged and delighted him. He dove into AI ethics, sustainable energy, and the social implications of innovation. Joe, Arthur said on a video call, I've been reading about developments in quantum computing. The potential for optimizing energy grids is mind-bending, but the security implications are just as complex. Joseph grinned. See? I told you your brain was wasted on spreadsheets, Miller. The real fun is right here, where possibility meets responsibility. Arthur thrived, ideas crackling, insights welcomed. He was contributing to something that mattered alongside a friend, in a way that honored both purpose and balance. One Sunday, helping Lily with homework, she frowned at a word. Daddy, what's ennui? Ennui, he echoed. Where did you hear that? It's in my storybook, she said. The princess felt a great ennui even though she had everything. What does it mean? It means a tired, empty feeling, Arthur explained gently, like when you have lots of toys, but your heart still feels hollow. Did you ever feel ennui, Daddy? He met her searching eyes and thought of grey dawns, rote routines, the quiet ache he once carried. Yes, he said honestly, for a long time. I had everything I thought I needed, but I was missing presence. Gratitude, the quiet joy of moments like this. He hugged her. I don't feel it anymore. Good, Lily said, nestling in. I like this daddy better, the one who makes pancakes and plays grumpy kings. Arthur closed his eyes, peace spreading through him. He had come home not to a new place, but to a new way of seeing. True wealth wasn't money. It was the richness of moments, the depth of connection, the quiet joy of being present. His once weary soul now shone with a steady contentment, the quiet, luminous proof of choosing to truly live. Arthur's life had settled into a rhythm that felt both purposeful and deeply satisfying. The frantic pace of his old existence had given way to a mindful cadence, each day a conscious choice to engage, to connect, to cherish. He was no longer moving through life on autopilot. He was truly living, savoring the richness of each moment. This newfound tranquility didn't dull his ambition, it refined it, shifting his drive from chasing external markers of success to cultivating a life of meaning and leaving a legacy of connection and contribution. His role as a strategic advisor for Joseph's tech startup, Innovate Earth, grew beyond his initial expectations. What began as part-time consulting evolved into an energizing intellectual pursuit. Decades of financial acumen proved invaluable as he helped navigate ethical AI development and sustainable energy solutions in a fast-moving landscape. One Tuesday morning, during a video conference with Joseph and the Innovate Earth team, Arthur presented a market expansion analysis that weighed not only financial projections, but the social and environmental impacts as well. Our projections show a 15% growth in the APAC region over the next 2 years if we secure the Green Tech certification, Arthur said, voice clear and steady. I've also included a report on the socio-economic implications for local communities. We need to ensure our expansion brings genuine benefits, not just profits. Ethical sourcing of materials, local job creation, and robust community engagement aren't nice-to-haves. They're essential for long-term sustainability and brand integrity. Joseph, at the head of the virtual table, beamed. That's exactly why we brought you on, Arthur. You see the whole picture, not just the numbers, but the ripple effects. Too many tech companies forget the human in human-centered design. The satisfaction Arthur felt was different from anything in his old corporate life. Here, his work didn't just raise shareholder value, it helped build a better future, aligning profit with purpose. Speaking of human impact, Arthur continued, I've been exploring internal initiatives. With our rapid growth, we need to protect our innovative culture while supporting real work-life balance. I recommend piloting flexible schedules and a wellness stipend so employees can invest in their mental and physical health. A young developer chimed in, I'd sign up for that. My last company burned me out in 2 years. Joseph nodded. Arthur's right. We can't preach sustainability if we burn out our own people. Let's form a task force. Arthur, you lead it. He accepted, energized. His personal transformation had sharpened his empathy and perspective, equipping him to mentor others through the challenges he once faced. He wasn't just advising, he was guiding. At home, the changes deepened. Evelyn thrived in her accounting course, mind bright and fully engaged. She began offering pro bono financial advice to a local non-profit, finding joy in using her skills for good. Arthur, she said one evening, eyes alight, I got an A on my advanced tax law exam. I finally understand the intricacies of corporate depreciation. Who knew it could be so thrilling? I knew, Arthur said, hugging her proudly. You've always had the knack. Now you're letting it shine. Daniel, buoyed by his father's support, chose a double major in music composition and digital arts. He worked diligently on his portfolio, confidence blooming. Remembering his own abandoned dream of archaeology, Arthur spent hours with Daniel, listening to compositions, attending showcases, and navigating applications. Dad, Daniel said one afternoon, looking up from his sketchbook, thanks for helping with all this. I know it's probably not what you expected me to do. It's exactly what I expect, Arthur said, firm and gentle. To follow your passion, to find what makes you come alive. My hope is that you never feel the ennui I once did, that you never dim that spark inside you. Lily remained a fountain of imagination, her tea parties more elaborate, her stories more fantastical. Arthur, now a veteran of imaginary realms, made time daily for her, reading bedtime stories, building Lego castles, or simply listening to her steady stream of wonder. Daddy, she asked one evening from his lap, what's your favorite part about being a daddy? He thought for a moment. Watching you grow, he said. Watching you discover new things and seeing the world through your eyes. It's like getting to experience magic all over again. He realized his truest legacy wouldn't be measured in corporate milestones or even breakthrough tech, but in the inner lives of his children. He wanted to pass on what he had learned, presence, gratitude, authenticity, and the courage to pursue their own paths. One crisp autumn weekend, Arthur and Evelyn took the kids to see his old neighborhood. They walked past the oak where he and Joseph had carved their initials, the sun-faded basketball court, the little creek where they used to catch tadpoles. "This is where I grew up," Arthur said, smiling. "Where I learned to ride a bike, had my first crush, and lost my first tooth." "Did you have a tree house?" Lily asked, eyes wide. "I did," Arthur said, glancing at a towering oak, a magnificent one in my imagination. It had a snack pulley and a secret escape hatch. I even drew blueprints. "Why didn't you build it?" Daniel asked, ever practical. Arthur chuckled, a trace of wistfulness in his voice. "Life got in the way, other priorities, but the dream stayed." "And now," he said, looking at his son, "I'm helping you build yours. That's even better." As they headed back to the car, Evelyn squeezed his hand. "You've come so far, Arthur, from railing at the heavens to finding gratitude in the everyday. It's remarkable." "It's because of you, Ev," he said, voice thick. "You kept the light on when I was lost. You believed in me when I didn't." She smiled. "We're a team. Always." Arthur looked at his family, heart full. He once thought true wealth meant endless money and fleeting luxuries. Now he knew it lived in the richness of moments, the depth of connection, the quiet joy of presence. It was in his children's laughter, his wife's steady love, the rekindled warmth of old friendships, and the satisfaction of contributing to a better world. His soul, once weary, now glowed with a quiet, enduring contentment. He wasn't just living, he was flourishing, planting a new legacy of love, purpose, and the understanding that life's greatest treasures are found not in what he gains, but in what he gives, and in what he already has. Years unfurled like a beautifully illustrated scroll, each one adding new depth and new hues to the vibrant tapestry of Arthur's life. The changes he had set in motion, born of that profound, misty encounter, were not fleeting resolutions but enduring transformations. He had learned that true growth isn't a destination but a continuous journey, a series of conscious choices made day after day, year after year. Arthur, now in his late 50s, carried an aura of serene wisdom. The lines on his face were no longer carved by stress, but softened by laughter and thoughtful reflection. His once weary eyes held a compassionate twinkle that reflected a soul at peace. He had fully transitioned out of corporate middle management and embraced his role as a strategic advisor at Innovate Earth. His insights, braiding financial acumen with human impact and ethics, were deeply valued, and he found immense satisfaction contributing to projects that genuinely sought to better the world. One sunny afternoon, Arthur sat on the porch swing of his home, now a sanctuary of warmth and shared memories. Beside him, Evelyn, her hair elegantly silvered, pored over a dense accounting textbook. She had built a thriving freelance practice, choosing clients with care and delighting in her reclaimed professional identity. She often consulted Arthur on knotty questions of business ethics, their minds still sparking after decades together. "Arthur," she said, looking up with a thoughtful frown, "this new regulation on carbon credits is intricate. Joseph's team will need a robust compliance framework. Did you review the draft I sent?" "I did," he said, smiling gently. "As always, your analysis is impeccable. I added a few notes on long-term market fluctuations and geopolitical risks, but the core strategy is solid. You've truly found your calling again, Ev." Her smile was radiant and content, "only because you pushed me and stood by me. Sometimes I think this balance we've built, it's better than anything we imagined, even our grand university dreams." "It is," Arthur said, taking her hand, "because it's real, built on understanding, shared growth, and a deeper appreciation of what matters." Their children had flourished under that steady support. Daniel, now in his late 20s, had become a successful digital artist and musician, acclaimed for an innovative blend of visual and auditory storytelling. He kept a studio in the city, but often returned home for counsel, to share new work, or simply to exhale in family warmth. "Dad," he said during a weekend visit, "I'd just finished a commission for a major climate change documentary. They want my futuristic soundscapes to evoke both nature's beauty and the crisis's urgency. It's exactly the kind of work I dreamed of." Arthur's eyes shone. "That's incredible, son. I knew you had it in you, your voice, your vision. You're using your gifts to make a difference. That's a legacy worth more than any corporate title." Lily, a vibrant teenager, was an aspiring author whose imagination remained boundless. Her room bristled with notebooks, character sketches, and worlds waiting to be born. She often sought her father's advice on twists and character arcs, their shared love of story a cherished bond. "Daddy," she asked one evening, reading from her latest manuscript, "does this wise old sage sound too much like you?" Arthur chuckled, low and warm. "Perhaps, maybe a little inspired by my journey. But remember, every character draws from the lives we've lived and the wisdom we've earned." He looked at her, heart full. "You have a remarkable gift, Lily. Never stop telling your stories." His friendship with Joseph had not only endured, it had deepened, tempered by shared purpose and mutual respect. They were more than business partners. They were brothers, bound by decades of history and a bond tested and proved resilient. One day, Joseph arrived with a glint in his eye. "Arthur, remember the old oak in the park where we carved our initials?" Arthur smiled. "How could I forget? The site of grand plans and one spectacular argument." "Well," Joseph said, "the city council's building a new community center there. They're naming the main hall after a local hero." "Guess whose name came up?" Arthur frowned. "Whose?" "Yours, you old fool." Joseph laughed, clapping his back. "The Arthur Miller Community Hall, recognizing your ethical business work, environmental advocacy, and your role at Innovate Earth. They even mentioned your support for local arts, thanks to Daniel's recommendation." Arthur was stunned. "My name? A community hall? But I'm just me." "Exactly," Joseph said, voice warm. "A man who found his way back, who chose purpose over profit, connection over isolation. That's a legacy worth celebrating." A lump rose in Arthur's throat. He had never sought public recognition, only a quiet contentment. To know that his transformation had resonated with others humbled him with gratitude. His mind drifted back to that misty road, the divine presence, the glowing reset button. He remembered the profound uncertainty, the tempting allure of a blank slate. But he had chosen differently, to review his past, learn from it, embrace it, transform it. In doing so, he'd found rebirth, not in a new beginning, but in a renewed love for the life he already had. He saw that a life is not measured by the absence of struggle, but by how we navigate it, not by an idealized, flawless existence, but by embracing a beautiful imperfection. He had once railed at the heavens, convinced he'd been handed an unfair lot. Now he understood. The hand he'd been dealt was life, complex, challenging, and rich with opportunities for growth and love. One evening, as the sun slipped below the horizon and the sky turned orange and violet, Arthur and Evelyn shared the porch swing, hands clasped, silence easy between them. The house was quiet. The children grown and off, pursuing their dreams, yet echoes of laughter and warmth still lived in its walls. "Remember that evening?" Evelyn whispered, nostalgic. "The night you came home after Whatever happened on that misty road, you were so different, so full of everything. Arthur smiled, eyes bright with knowing. I remember. It was the night I truly came home, the night I realized I had everything I needed, right here. He turned to her, love steady and enduring. Thank you, Ev, for waiting, for believing, for being my anchor, my true north. She rested her head on his shoulder with a contented sigh. We did it, Arthur. We built a beautiful life. He looked out at the twilight, at a familiar street now touched by gentle magic. The lessons he'd learned weren't only for him, they were for Daniel, for Lily, for Joseph, for Olivia, for everyone he met. Meaning wasn't a grand hidden secret. It lived in the everyday, the quiet power of shared moments, the depth of human connection, the courage to be authentic, present, and grateful. He didn't need a reset button. He had found his own renewal, not by starting over, but by seeing anew the life he already had, rich with love, purpose, and the quiet joy of presence. His once weary soul now glowed with steady contentment, warming everyone around him. He had found true wealth not in money, but in the richness of connection, and in the legacy of love and wisdom he would leave behind, the quiet promise of a life well lived, truly seen unfolding before him, endless and beautiful. Years continued their gentle, inexorable march, bringing with them the subtle shifts of time, the deepening of bonds, and the quiet satisfaction of a life lived with intention. Arthur, now well into his 60s, had fully embraced the role of patriarch, mentor, and thoughtful observer. The once weary lines on his face had softened into a roadmap of experience, each one a testament to lessons learned and joys savored. His eyes, once clouded by dissatisfaction, now held a serene clarity, reflecting a profound contentment that emanated from his very being. His work with Innovate Earth had culminated in several groundbreaking initiatives, most notably the development of a global ethical AI framework that became an industry standard, balancing technological advancement with humanistic values. He had seen Joseph's company grow into a global leader, not just in technology, but in corporate social responsibility, a testament to their shared vision. One crisp autumn morning, Arthur sat in his study, sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating a framed drawing of a flying unicorn with a tiny crown, Lily's childhood masterpiece, a constant reminder of the magic he had rediscovered. He was reading an article in a prestigious tech journal, a feature on Innovate Earth's latest ethical AI deployment. Joseph's words, quoted prominently, resonated with Arthur's own philosophy. We build technology for humanity, not just for profit. Our innovations must serve people, not subjugate them. That's a lesson I learned from an old friend, a long time ago. A knock on the door, and Evelyn entered, carrying 2 steaming mugs of herbal tea. Her silver hair was elegantly styled, her green eyes still sparkling with intelligence and warmth. She had recently taken on a part-time teaching position at the local community college, sharing her accounting expertise with a new generation of students, finding immense joy in nurturing young minds. "Morning, my love," she said, handing him a mug. "You're looking particularly pensive today. Another world-changing idea brewing?" Arthur smiled, taking a sip of the fragrant tea. "Something like that. Just reading this article about Joseph's latest project. It's remarkable, Ev. To see how far we've all come, how much we've built." "We certainly have," she agreed, settling into the armchair opposite him. "And I'm so proud of the work you've done with him, Arthur. You've truly made a difference, not just in technology, but in showing the world that business can be conducted with integrity and heart. And you, my dear," he said, reaching for her hand. "You've inspired countless students, empowered countless non-profits. Your light shines brighter than ever." Their conversation was interrupted by the chime of the doorbell. It was Daniel, now a distinguished-looking man in his early 30s. His messy, dark brown hair a little longer, his grey-blue eyes holding a confident spark. He was accompanied by a young woman, vibrant and artistic, who clutched a large portfolio. "Mom, Dad!" Daniel exclaimed, his voice filled with an infectious enthusiasm. "This is Sarah, my fiancée." Arthur and Evelyn rose, their faces beaming. They embraced Sarah warmly, their hearts swelling with joy at the sight of their son, so clearly happy, so clearly loved. "It's so wonderful to finally meet you, Sarah," Evelyn said, her eyes twinkling. "Daniel has told us so much about you." "And I've heard so much about both of you," Sarah replied, her smile radiant. "Daniel says you're his biggest inspiration, Mr. Miller, that your stories about balancing passion with practicality shaped his entire career path." Arthur chuckled, a warmth spreading through his chest. "He's too kind. I merely tried to learn from my own mistakes and encourage him to avoid them." "Come, sit," Evelyn urged, leading them to the living room. "Tell us everything. How did you two meet? What are you working on now, Daniel?" The living room filled with animated conversation, with laughter and the promise of a beautiful future. Daniel and Sarah spoke of their shared artistic endeavors, their plans for a collaborative studio, their dreams of a life filled with creativity and purpose. Arthur listened, his heart full, seeing the seeds he had planted, the guidance he had offered, blossoming into a magnificent garden of his son's own making. Later that afternoon, a flurry of youthful energy burst through the front door. It was Lily, now a bright, articulate young woman, her straight light brown hair often tied back in a thoughtful bun, her hazel eyes sparkling with intelligence. She was accompanied by a group of friends, all animated and intellectual, clearly on a mission. "Mom, Dad," Lily announced, her voice ringing with excitement. "We're heading to the community hall for our debate club practice. I'm presenting my latest essay on the ethical implications of AI in education. And guess what? It's titled, The Miller Framework, Beyond Algorithms, Towards Humanity." Arthur's eyes widened, a profound sense of humility washing over him. "The Miller Framework? Lily, that's quite an honor." "Well, it's inspired by your work with Uncle Joseph, Dad," she said, hugging him tightly, "and by all your stories about finding purpose beyond just profit. You always say true wealth isn't measured in money but in impact." As Lily and her friends headed out, Arthur looked at Evelyn, his heart overflowing. "Impact," he whispered. I never imagined." "You've made a profound impact, Arthur," Evelyn said, her voice soft, filled with love, "on all of us, on so many lives." Later that evening, after a joyful family dinner filled with laughter and shared stories, Arthur found himself on the porch swing again, Evelyn nestled beside him. The stars were beginning to pepper the velvet sky, and a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves of the old oak tree in their front yard. "It's funny, isn't it, Ev?" Arthur mused, his voice thoughtful. "All those years ago I was so convinced I needed a reset button, a blank slate, to erase everything and start over. And now?" she prompted gently, intertwining her fingers with his. "Now," he said, his gaze fixed on the endless expanse of the night sky. "I wouldn't change a single thing. Not the struggles, not the mistakes, not even the pain. Because every single thread, every single experience, however difficult, was woven into the tapestry of our lives, creating this beautiful, rich, complex masterpiece." He turned to her, his eyes shining with profound love. "It led me to you, to our children, to Joseph, to Rachel, to this profound understanding. It led me to truly see the beauty of what I already had. Evelyn leaned her head on his shoulder. Life has always been beautiful, Arthur. You just learned to see it. And I'm still learning, he confessed, a gentle smile on his lips. Still learning to savor every moment, to be grateful for every breath, to cherish every connection, to understand that true wealth isn't measured in money, but in the richness of moments, the depth of connections, and the quiet joy of being present. He closed his eyes, feeling the gentle rhythm of Evelyn's breathing beside him, the warmth of her hand in his. His soul, once weary and dull, now shone with a quiet, profound contentment, a radiant inner peace that had replaced the gnawing dissatisfaction of his past. He didn't need a reset button. He had found his own rebirth, not in a new beginning, but in a renewed appreciation for the life he already had. He understood now that life was an unfolding tapestry, rich with experience, vibrant with love, and endlessly beautiful in its imperfect, glorious entirety. And he, Arthur Miller, was finally, truly living it. The last star winked into existence, a silent promise in the vast cosmic expanse. Arthur smiled a deep, knowing smile. He was home, and it was enough. More than enough. It was everything. Author's reflection as: I close this final page. I find myself lingering in the quiet spaces the story has left behind, like the echo of footsteps fading down a long corridor. Every word once written belongs as much to you as it does to me, and in that shared space we've walked together through Arthur's journey, a journey that, in its essence, is perhaps a reflection of many of our own. It began with the familiar ache of dissatisfaction, the silent questions whispered to the heavens, the yearning for a different path, for a magical reset. But, as Arthur discovered, and as I hope we all might, the true magic lies not in erasing our past, but in understanding it, in embracing its imperfections, and in choosing to see the profound beauty that already exists within our lives. This story was born from a simple yet powerful question. What if we truly had the chance to look back, to understand the threads that wove our present? Would we choose to unravel them, or to retie them with stronger knots of appreciation and forgiveness? It's a testament to the quiet resilience of the human spirit, to the enduring power of love and friendship, and to the profound, often overlooked, richness of the everyday. I wanted to capture that gentle humor, that nostalgic warmth, that deep introspection that defines our shared human experience, reminding us that even in the monotony, there is magic, and even in the struggles, there is growth. The characters, from Arthur's weary complaints to Evelyn's unwavering strength, from Joseph's adventurous spirit to Lily's boundless imagination, are echoes of the people we know, the people we are. They remind us that our connections are our greatest treasures, and that the most profound transformations often begin with a single conscious choice to truly see, to truly listen, to truly be present. Thank you for joining me on this journey, for lending your heart and your imagination to Arthur's tale. Perhaps you saw yourself between the lines. Perhaps you discovered something new. Either way, I'm grateful. Stories end, but the feelings they stir stay alive, in you, in me, in all who let them in.